Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Happy Thursday. Let's get it going, kids. Yes, lots to talk about today. NFL schedule is out. May cost you a few bucks more this year to watch every single game. And I'm waiting for the people out there to say, I'm done with the NFL. I won't watch again. I'm tired of them charging this or charging that. And I understand your frustration. But we all know in the end, you won't live up to it. You'll be watching. And again, a very good morning. Welcome to the Pete Sheppard Show. In case you missed it or watching NBA or NHL last night and didn't really absorb all of what was going on NFL Network and some parts of ESPN about the schedule, we're going to have all the highlights for you. I'm not going to go through every single team's schedule, but we will do a lot of teams today, and also starting with the Thanksgiving Day matchups, the Christmas Day matchups. Finally, Netflix is the one, as we assumed and thought was going to get the Christmas Day matchups. We'll tell you about all the teams involved. Thanksgiving Day, New Year's Day, go through a lot of the more popular teams. Certainly Angels, Philadelphia Eagles, my Patriots, who have never seen so many 1 o'clock games in my life. I'm not sure if I like it or not. And the only reason is, and it's a selfish reason, because we have football parties. We rotate houses a lot during the NFL season. 1 o'clock games, for the average people, they love 1 o'clock games because you can be kind of done. I'm talking about me as an adult 57-year-old. 1 o'clock games, I don't like them because that means we have to prep the house and prep the food and everything from early in the morning. And usually we get to one of our other friends or our house around 12:15. But to do that is a lot of work early as we rotate around. Now, everybody chips in always. We all bring different dishes and everything else. But I prefer the 4:25 matchup or even the 4:05 matchup because it gives you a time to prep the food, prep the house, and everything else. Otherwise, you got to start doing stuff the night before. And that interferes with my college football watching. I don't like all these 1 o'clock games for my Patriots, but what are you going to do? That's what you get when you finish at what they did the last couple of years, and rightly so. And rightly so. I'm strictly speaking from a selfish standpoint. Welcome to the Pete Sheppard Show. We're also going to recap, obviously, the NBA playoffs and the Stanley Cup playoffs from last night, preview a little bit of tonight. We got the PGA Championship going on underway today. Tee times starting very shortly at Valhalla and Louisville. We'll update you on that as necessary. And we'll get a Preakness preview as well today. Gus Alonso is going to join us at 9:30 a.m. With a Preakness preview. And Mia O'Brien from 1010XL going to check in via phone today. She can only do it. She's driving into work. She's got some kind of a staff meeting. She'll be driving in, so she can't do anything after 9 o'clock. But we will talk about the Jaguar schedule and just her insight into everything in the NFL because it's always spectacular. And love talking with Mia. She'll be joining us at 8:30 a.m. Watch the show on the incredible Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me on Twitter, X at PShep326. My Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. Angel Martinez, exec producer, co-host extraordinaire, is with us as well, as always. Couldn't do the show without him. He's unbelievable. Angel, good morning.
Good morning, Senor Pete. And by the way, for those who don't know, we were just in some crazy discussions before the show. There will be a pregame party show to kick off the season, maybe at the Shays Tiki Bar down there in Fort Myers.
No, the Tiki Bar will be located. I will have it at my house. I can't watch a game at the Tiki Bar, even though they have all the games at my place. I'm not going there. I need volume. I need support from my brothers and sisters who are into the game. Because I can't, they're going to have either the Miami Dolphins or Tampa Bay Bucks up on the volume. You can't have volume for every single game. So I very rarely, I don't, since YouTube TV, which we have, got the whole package, I'm not going out and paying money to watch, especially. I watch it at my house, and you're more than welcome to come over. We'll get to your Eagles and the Patriots and Cowboys and Giants and something, whatever the schedule, what you want. As well, quick update from last night. I'll get to the highlights a little bit later on because I really want to focus on the NFL today big time. Celtics over Cleveland, 113-98. They once again played, not defensively, although you see 98 points and you go, yeah, okay, Celtics played really good defense again. Yeah, they did. But my God, Cleveland, every three they threw up one in, every single one just about again. But without Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, and Karis LeVert, and the Celtics they got to play better offensively. I really think they played down to the competition last night once again. It didn't seem like they needed to break a sweat. Al Horford was freaking unbelievable last night. Hit 6 of the team's 19 threes in the game. Once again, Tatum had 25, 10, and 9. But look, the Celtics did what they were supposed to do. People will be upset because they didn't win by enough. They didn't cover, but that's why you tease games. They didn't cover I think it went up to 16 or 16 and a half before tip-off. But moving on, they got a little bit of rest. They'll take on New York or Indiana. If the Knicks can close out their series, they don't play, by the way, until Friday night. So a lot of the same thing with the Bruins tonight. We'll get to that in a second. Let me just finish. Celtics, interrupt myself. Celtics beat Cleveland 113-98. Dallas over Oklahoma City 104-92. Can anybody figure that series out? They win Game 5 on the road. Mavericks now lead 3-2. Doncic stopped bitching and moaning and kvetching and put up 31, 10, and 11. SGA was outstanding, 36 and 8, 30.6 rebounds, 8 assists. So tonight, Denver at Minnesota. Denver can close out the series. That's at 8:30 on ESPN. Denver leads 3-2. Also, in the NHL, just one game last night. Dallas looked early on like they were going to steamroll the Avalanche. And instead, the opposite happened. As the game went on, Dallas got worse. Colorado got better. Colorado wins 5-3. The Stars still lead the series 3-2. The Rangers are at Carolina tonight, 7 p.m. TNT at PNC Arena in Raleigh, where there will be plenty of New York Ranger fans, as we know. But the Rangers leading 3-2. They did have a 3-0 lead. My goodness, if the Hurricanes force a Game 7, all bets are off. I kind of like the Rangers tonight. It won't be as hostile an environment as other places. See if they close out the series. Edmonton at Vancouver. That's at 10 o'clock tonight on TNT. That series is tied at 2. In the Friday games, again, Florida will be at the Bruins. The Bruins try to force a Game 6 on Friday. So no, every other day. And it's probably because of rink availability. Dallas at Colorado, also Friday night, 10 o'clock on TNT. Because I know in Boston and New York, and that's why you got concerts, you got graduations that building is used for. So I kind of wish the Bruins were playing tonight, but we'll focus on the only 2 games that are on tonight in the NBA. And it's Denver at Minnesota. That's the only game that's tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. And but I'll be watching Rangers at Carolina, with the Rangers leading 3-2. So there's only a couple of games to watch. So, by the way, I am flying up to New England today after the show to have a little high school reunion with some buddies I have not seen in a long, long time. Looking forward to that. So, I'm flying out today. No short. We have a sort of a best of show. Angel's going to do something magical and put something together, some of the best stuff. So, anyway. Glad you're. I'll be back Monday, though. I'll be back Monday. I'm coming back Sunday night. I will be back on Monday. I finally figured out my Apple phone how to get rid of the stupid iCloud. Was like the storage was like, I don't know what it was, but I had a freaking panic attack about 5 minutes before the show talking to Angel. It might have been 15 minutes. Seems like an eternity. I thought I lost all my numbers and everything. It is so pathetic what we have become as a society for this stupid thing that if all hell breaks loose, your life is over. Why is that?
It's unfortunately true. It is because remember back in the day, Man, we remember numbers like it was nothing. Like we're the human Rolodex.
I still remember. I still remember most of my home phone numbers from when I was a kid. Really through, my first apartment. I remember, but I remember a lot of numbers still. I still remember my friends from elementary school, and I still have that clock in my now. But you're trained because of technology. We're trained to be stupid. And with no self-reliance. It's if your iPhone isn't working properly, you're screwed.
Yep.
Or your Android, whatever it is.
Yep. It's okay. As long
I
as
had a panic attack, man. You saw I was like, shit. Where is everybody? Oh no. Then I signed out and signed back in, which I have not done since I got that phone. So anyway, scared the bejesus out of me. 727-858-6650 if you have any horror iPhone stories. All right, Angel, let's start with the Christmas Day games, the two that we were talking about. I guess Netflix is paying $300 million for both of them. Come on, $150 apiece. So Netflix will exclusively stream both of the NFL's 2024 Christmas games as part of the new 3-year deal with the league. That's something we didn't see coming. 3-year deal. The global streaming service will also air at least one Christmas game in both 2025 and 2026, thanks to the agreement. So listen to that again. A 3-year deal with the NFL. The global streaming service will also air at least one Christmas game in both 2025 and 2026, thanks to the agreement. That sounds a lot like they're going to get a playoff game sooner rather than later, or some other that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So here are the games.
You should be getting a playoff game for that kind of money.
Remember, I was speculating. I said, well, maybe they'll pay $10 million a game, $15 million. Where the hell? Not me. I was way off. Way off. At least Bill Sparrows yesterday. By the way, Adam Schefter retweeted the stuff we were talking about yesterday with the flights and all that stuff, the Chargers having the longest flight time. So I have a breakdown from Bill's story of everybody, the travel time. But Adam Schefter, linked him to the, so that was great. Good for Adam for doing that. Hang on.
Nice. Very nice. That's the way to do it. Hey, why not? I don't ever believe in any kind of like hatred when it comes to media. My thing is network makes it better.
Yeah, that's the thing. And a lot of us are friends, and I have no problem retweeting anybody, even except for a guy like, dirtbag Greg Doyle, something that he does or says. I won't do it. But I have a lot of disagreements with Paul Bissonnette on TNT, but he's passionate. He's funny as far as the NHL goes. And we've gone, I've tweeted at him a couple of times, this, that, and the other thing. But I've also retweeted his stuff because sometimes he's quite accurate, but he's passionate. He's entertaining. All right, so here's the game one on Christmas Day, in case you lost track. It's Wednesday, Christmas Day. December 25th, in case you lost track of that. 1 o'clock from, I still want to say Heinz Field. I hate Acrisure Stadium. This sounds nothing like, anyway, the Pittsburgh Steelers will be hosting the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. That's at 1 o'clock, Christmas Day on Netflix. The reigning Super Bowl, they'll visit potentially snowy Pennsylvania for their matchup with the Steelers. Their first since the 2021 playoffs, by the way, when Brandon Roethlisberger was still under center. It's the Chiefs' second straight Christmas appearance. Last year, remember, against the Raiders. And it's uncertain just which signal caller will be facing this time, Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. My guess is Russell Wilson will be benched by the time this game happens. And Justin Fields will be in there. So either way, it'll be good TV. Mike Tomlin looking to secure yet another non-losing season. And then at 4:30, a great matchup. Baltimore Ravens at the Houston Texans. That's at 4:30 from NRG Stadium in Houston. It's a rematch of last year's divisional round AFC Showdown, which Baltimore routed Houston to advance to the conference title game, and it could once again pit two top Super Bowl contenders against each other. So the Ravens have NFL MVP Lamar Jackson, longtime Tennessee star Derrick Henry now by his side in the backfield. The Texans have Stephon Diggs and, of course, C.J. Stroud, the 2023 rookie standout. And we will see, will the sophomore jinx affect C.J. Stroud? I don't think so. because they're also very strong defensively, added a few veterans. And that is a potential AFC Championship preview. With all due respect to the Kansas City Chiefs, who are obviously, it goes without saying, Kansas City's always in the mix. They will be this year as well. So there's the Christmas Day games. Kansas City at Pittsburgh, the 1 o'clock game on Netflix. Baltimore at Houston at 4:30 on Netflix. Plan your roast, ham, or whatever else you're having, family get-together accordingly. Meanwhile, if you go... Well, let's start with... Where's Thanksgiving? Where is Thanksgiving? Hang on. Processing. And obviously, we know Detroit and Dallas are playing on Thanksgiving. Detroit is going to be home to the Chicago Bears, I believe. Hang on. Here we go. Well, that's Christmas Day. Okay, here we go. Thanksgiving Day. Bears at the Lions. Giants at the Cowboys. And at nighttime, it's the Miami Dolphins at the Packers. Get to that in a second. Let's see. Where is all of this stuff? I had it all scheduled and ready to go. All right, let's go. So now you know the Sunday night, you know the Thanksgiving schedule, you know the Christmas schedule. Let's go to the Sunday night football schedule, which is the real, the game of the week. My team is not on the Sunday night football schedule. We don't know until week 18. Maybe they are. But here it is. Here's the Sunday night football schedule. Week 1, it is the Rams at the Lions. That should be something. Week 2, the Bears at Houston. Justin Fields versus C.J. Stroud. That's not Justin Fields. Caleb Williams. Week 3, Kansas City at the Falcons. That seems like... I don't know. That doesn't seem like a Sunday night game to me. I don't know what the Falcons are going to be. Their defense stinks still. They did nothing to improve on it at all. Week 4, September 29th, the Buffalo Bills at the Baltimore Ravens. That should be a great one. Week 5, October 6th, could be a good one. Maybe. Dallas at Pittsburgh. What?
Dallas sucks.
Dallas. I thought Week 6, October 13th, Cincinnati at the Giants. Week 7, the Jets at Pittsburgh. I'm not even going to watch it. No. Week 7, the New York Jets at Pittsburgh Steelers. They're really banking on Aaron Rodgers surviving week 1 against the 49ers on the road.
I don't think he is.
Speaking of that, the week 8, so Dallas has a Sunday night game on October 6th. Then again on 27th, the Cowboys at San Francisco. Big time rivalry there, always good. Moving on to November 3rd, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars at Philadelphia Eagles. Week 10, Sunday night games, November 10th, Detroit Lions at the Houston Texans. That should be a good one. November 17th is week 11, Indianapolis at the Jets. I don't like that at all right now. Not at all. Not at all. Hang on a second, Angel.
Sure.
Okay, there we go.
I'm wondering, unless the Colts happen to be that
I don't know. That game doesn't. The Jets having a Sunday night home game. I don't like it. November 24th, Sunday night, Philadelphia Eagles at the Rams. December 1st, it's San Francisco at Buffalo. Always interesting when the West Coast team travels east, but it's not a 1 o'clock.
You missed week 13. You went Eagles, Rams, and then jumped to San Fran, Buffalo.
No, didn't I say Eagles at Rams? Week 12 is Eagles at Rams. Week 13 is San Fran at Buffalo. Week 14 is the Chargers at Kansas.
You're missing. It shows here. Oh, Sunday. My fault. I'm looking at Thursday, Sunday. And once again, shut up, stupid.
No, that's all right. There's no stupidity on the show. Trust me. Anyway, LA Chargers at Kansas City. That's December 8th. Week 14. Week 15, Green Bay at Seattle. Week 16, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the Dallas Cowboys. That could be a huge game for positioning in the postseason. Like I said, I think Dallas is going to take a step back. I think Tampa's going to take a step up. And the Miami Dolphins, they finally they're at Cleveland Sunday night, December 29th. That's their only Sunday night game right there. So interesting stuff. Interesting stuff.
Here's a question for you. Looking at that Week 16 Sunday nighter, right? Bucks at Dallas. If the Bucks take a major step back, would Todd Bowles still be secured yet for another season? I say no.
No, if they don't make the playoffs, no, I don't think he'll be there for the season. But they should. I think they will. I just don't know I don't know what the Falcons are going to be. Kirk Cousins obviously is an improvement. I get it. I don't know. I got to wait and see. It won't be his fault. I'm not saying if the Falcons stink, it's not because of Kirk Cousins, because they didn't do anything to improve that pathetic defense. You line up the 31 ranking, 30 ranking, 29 rankings with defense with the Falcons and the offense for the Patriots from last year. You got a hell of a team. Let me tell you. You put those two. You put all that stat together. Stuff. I'm sorry. I'm just making sure my phone is talking to me.
Do you know you're bueno?
Anyway, we'll deal with that during the break. Okay, so let's look at again the early some of the. Let's see. The 2024 NFL schedule is out, as most of you know. Week 1. Let's look at some of these games. Some of the international games, shall we? Eagles versus the Packers. Your Eagles versus the Packers at Arena Corinthians. Sao Paulo, Brazil. It'll only be on Peacock unless you're in Philadelphia or Milwaukee. So it's the first ever South American contest. They'll pit two of the NFC's top contenders against each other, with Jalen Hurts and the Eagles hosting Jordan Love and the Packers on Friday night, one day after the reigning champion Kansas City Chiefs kick off 2024 schedule. So, Angel, you being the resident Eagle fan on this show, you're excited about that?
I sure am. It's going to be go Birds, period. No, but I'm excited for it. It's a good matchup. I'm not taking anything away from Jordan Love and Green Bay Packers, as we saw the success they started having towards the end of last season. But a new season is just that. It's a new season. I'd hope that Nick Sirianni, as we're getting into the volunteer OTAs, soon the OTAs, before they all go into the regular mini camp. But I think Nick Sirianni knows he can say whatever he wants to. He can sell whatever he wants. I'm not buying your insurance company, because my thing is that you have to prove yourself once again to the Philly fan base, because they don't forget about what happened last year. And kind of coincidental, once again, Dougie is coming back to where he won his only Super Bowl championship, back to Philly with Jacksonville. Coincidence? I say not. Once again, as you never know what Jeffrey Lurie and Harry Roseman are going to do. But I love the matchup. I think it's good. I just hope that everything will work out well in Brazil. They're still waiting to see what uniforms they're going to end up wearing, because of that the one team over there wears a certain color, brand, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
And guess what else I heard? You're not allowed to sing Fly, Eagles, Fly.
Okay.
I made that up. just to see if you get angry.
I was about to play it. If that was the case, then
I'll allow it. You do so much for this network. So week 5, another one, Jets at the Vikings in England. That's at Tottenham. That'll be on NFL Network, NFL Plus. So a month after debuting on Monday Night Football, the 2024 Jets will hit the road to take on one of Aaron Rodgers' former longtime NFC North rivals in the Vikings. It's anyone's guess. So J.J. McCarthy or Sam Darnold will be under center. My guess is it'll be J.J. McCarthy, but who knows? As usual, I think J.J. McCarthy is one of the lightning rods this year, because nobody knows what he's capable of doing, of leading a team with his arm, because he didn't have to do it at Michigan, even though he did. He certainly did in high school. He's got an unbelievable record and unbelievable numbers, and in college, just never had to do it because of the great running game of the Wolverines. Week 6, the Bears, Jaguars in England. Again, just going over some of the
international.
Yeah, hang on. This text I have to read, because not.
Oh, must be a good one. It's a good one, Joseph.
Oh, that is. Oh, okay. Of course it is. It's okay. It's a meme, a GIF from Naples Wealth Planning CEO Rick Calhoun, who's also a huge Philadelphia Eagles fan.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that filled up my iCloud stuff because it's weird because and I'll delete it. And flag was placed. It's the song. I'm not even gonna, he's sent out a message, but see, this is the stuff when I delete it, Angel. It doesn't get. I guess it goes into iCloud or something like that, and then it clogs up storage, and then I have to go back and. I appreciate the message, Rick. Don't get me wrong.
Now, where did he put in there?
No, it was a Fly Eagles Fly song, GIF. Oh Jesus, I mess. Oh God. Can you turn that up or it's coming pretty low? I can't believe I just said turn it up. Stupid song.
Just for Rick.
No, I can never.
EGLES Eagles. Okay, back to our normal programming.
I say a little prayer against you. Anyway, I can never rip anybody's songs. You know why? Because back in 1985, the Bears, remember the cool Super Bowl shuffle? Remember back then?
Yep.
Everybody remembers that. What people don't remember, and if you want to hear the worst sort of theme song ever, even though it lasted only a year, the Patriots thinking they were going to somehow outdo the Super Bowl shuffle. Some couple of vagabonds I never even heard of did this stupid, idiotic video called New England, the Patriots, and Me. It is the worst piece of trash. I was embarrassed. And afterwards, Angel, you might have to punch it up and play. You want to see, as a Patriots person, nobody can ever complain. Now, thank God this didn't catch on. But it was great. They had all the sportscasters sort of singing, and Mayor Flynn at the time was in it, and it just is the worst. It's so embarrassing. Sometimes I have to look at it, and it's like a comedy show. It's horrible singing. The words are just awful. It's like New England, the Patriots, and Me. And then somebody go, we'll beat the Bears. Just wait and see. New England. It is so stupid. Dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life in sports. I've seen some pretty trashy sports songs and videos and stuff. This is at the top of the list. I don't know what could be. We might have to play it just to show people how stupid it was. Or people of the not the Generation Xers, what do you call it? The millennials who don't know anything about it. You didn't have to witness it for 2 weeks before the Super Bowl because it started 2 weeks. Once they beat Miami in the Orange Bowl for the first time in 17 tries. It's called New England, the Patriots, and Me. You'll find it on YouTube. What are you punching up there? What am I looking at?
I was trying to. Well, no, what you're looking up on the screen right now is it's the NFL schedule. What I'm trying to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Every time I had the schedule up there, where is it? I lost it. Every time I put the schedule up there, the video pops up. So then if I scroll around, it'll
got you.
put the schedule and then poop, all of a sudden it'll pop up the video.
Well, I got some reaction for some of the schedule last night. The kind of funny stuff too from the NFL Network and ESPN. So we'll continue the NFL scheduling breakdown because that's the biggest thing. That is the biggest story. Everybody on the planet is talking about it. NFL is king. So quick break, Angel. When we come back, more, and then I'm going to try, Angel, try and punch up New England, the Patriots, and Me, the dumbest song in the history of sports. Dumbest. You know that game, you know that video, you know that documentary on Netflix where the video game for Atari ET. They went and bought all of them up and buried them in some desert in New Mexico or something like that. This is what due to this video, but because I've mentioned it and because I don't. It's humiliating, but those of you nationally and worldwide who've never seen it, that is exactly how you don't promote a team in the Super Bowl. And I had to witness it for 2 weeks straight in 1985. All right, quick break. It's the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. Pete Sheppard Show continues on this wonderful Thursday, May 16, 2024, as we continue to break down last night's NFL schedule. It's like Christmas Day, isn't it? Something about the NFL schedule. It's just fantastic. Thanks for checking the show out today. You can text or call 727-858-6650 and across the incredible Riptide Media Network video platform today on Twitter, X at PShep326. You can follow me on Facebook, my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, and of course on Sports Radio and Twitch and 102.9 as well. Rick continues to send me offensive messages about the Eagles having a great song. And I sent him back an emoji of me throwing up green. All right.
So, I'm going to get along just fine. Wait till the football season.
Oh, God almighty. Please, Drake May, please extricate me from the quagmire from the last 2 years, as my old teacher, Brother Patrick, would say. Okay. Is it? Did you find it? This is it, isn't it? Okay. This is I hate to point. I'm sorry for my Patriot people out there and everything else, but now we've had a bunch of requests to play it. This is the dumbest, stupidest, ignorant, arrogant, pathetic thing I have ever seen in my life regarding a tribute to a team that went to the Super Bowl. Oh. And those of you have a puke bucket nearby. Watch how bad this is. Here we go.
One of your last chances to see Chicago before New England buries the bear.
Oh my God.
Tapes rolling. Take one.
Oh God. So bad.
The Jets and became contenders, and we cheered them on. Then they beat those Miami pretenders, and the jinx was gone. Still on the downers around me. Say, can we go that far? Just let us stay for the record. There's no stopping this rising star. New England, the Patriots and me. New England, the Patriots and me. Rolling on to victory. Now it's the Bears, the big wind from Chicago.
It's worse than
the Super Bowl away. They may be monsters out on the midway, but they got a different game. All of the gamblers are careless. The Super Bowl can't be won, but the Bears are gonna get buried. New England is gonna be number one. New England, the Patriots and me. New England, the Patriots and me. Rolling on to victory. New England, the Patriots and we. We'll strip them bare, just wait and see. New England, the Patriots and we. The biggest news in the whole country. New England, the Patriots and we. We'll hang the band from the Liberty Tree. New England, the Patriots and we. Thanks for the oranges, Mayor Bradley. New England, the Patriots and we. They're the champs of the AFC. New England, the Patriots and we. We'll beat the best of the NFC. New England, the Patriots and we. The Bruins are the only bear for me. New England, the Patriots and we. Hear the beat for victory. Oh, it's embarrassing. New England, the Patriots and we. New England, the Patriots and we. Hard Hannah lead them in from the three. New England, the Patriots
I hate that little box up like a shoe.
We're holding to three. New England, the Patriots and we. We march proud with Coach Ray Berry.
Oh my God.
New England, the Patriots and we. Thanks for football in January. New England, the Patriots and
I gotta go pick up pee.
The Patriots and we are says the key is the D. New England, the Patriots and we.
The Frick will be the defrost D.
New England,
oh my God,
the Patriots and we.
We'll run through the wind for a big team D.
New England, the Patriots and we.
We'll bury the Bears. Just wait and see.
I think the only people smart enough to stay out of this video is Celtics and the Bruins. They want to go part of it. I can't take it anymore. Get the general idea.
Holy Jesus.
So, I mean, you know, the Celtics won the championship that year. The Bruins won the conference final. They did. Notice there weren't any of them in that video. And don't think there was any Red Sox players either. But is that not the cheesiest thing ever recorded about a sports team ever?
Yeah. I feel like I need shaker weights. I guess you'd be doing an exercise. New England, the Patriots, and we. Holy crap.
It is. And that little kazoo guy that pops up, New England. Yeah. Oh, God, if I had a dart, I'd throw it at his head. Not his real head, but I mean, it's just like, oh, it's the worst. So, you know, we can never say anything bad about Fly, Eagles, Fly, or the old Redskins song, or a lot of the cheesy songs that are out there. Nothing tops that. Nothing. Now, you can imagine, and I remember the game was on NBC. I think Dick Enberg called it back then, the Super Bowl that year, as the Patriots stormed out to a 3-0 lead. Should have been a 7-0 lead, but Stanley Morgan dropped the ball. So Tony Franklin kicks a field goal. Patriots up 3. They're 12-point underdogs in the game. Unfortunately, 46 out of the next 53 points were scored by the Bears and en route to, at then, the biggest win in Super Bowl history, largest, was 46-10 by the Bears in 1985. But imagine that video being played for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and it was played back. They used to play Super Bowl Shuffle on MTV and then play that. And it was like, it was fucking brutal. And you just cringe, like, please stop. And then they played it during the pregame show, which back then was only like 2 or 3 hours tops in 1985. It wasn't like all day, but they played it. They did the same thing on NBC that day in the Super Bowl. They played the Super Bowl Shuffle, then they played that. And I remember watching it with my dad, and I'm like, this is horrible. And the Bears looked so cool in what they were doing, and that was like, and then we felt compelled. People in New England, I don't know who they are. I'm sure they're very fine people if they're still alive, but it was beyond embarrassing to have to witness that.
That's terrible. I don't know whose bright idea that was. That was terrible. The news anchors,
sports anchors. Yeah, it was just Mayor Flynn. It just was awful, embarrassing.
Holy crap! It wasn't Mayor Menino.
No, that was Mayor Flynn. This was back in 1990. Mayor Menino wasn't the mayor yet. That was Mayor Ray Flynn, who was a great athlete, by the way. Played at UMass basketball, really good basketball player. And a good, he had his, like any mayor, he has ups and downs. But it's the cheesiest thing in the history of sports. It really is. All right, we were breaking down schedules, so I just had to play it. We just got into it. I was like, I can't talk about it enough and then not play it. But and it's so long. It's like 5 minutes. It's like, so we get it. But
I had to keep going though, because it would get worse, just worse and worse.
Feel depressed to the point of whatever it is, and you think your life has gone downhill so badly that you don't know if you can go on. Put that video on, and you will immediately feel better about yourself. You'll feel elevated. You'll feel like a human crescendo ascending to heaven, because that video if there is a hell and Satan is there, that's what you would do. A continuous loop of that video, continuous loop for all eternity. So think about that. Next time you want to do evil, think about if Satan had his choice, he would use that video. All of you for eternity. You are sanctioned to listen to that video the rest in hell.
Okay,
that would be hell.
So then the follow-up to that travesty would be, and maybe some people get upset. I don't know.
Somebody's always upset. Oh no.
Gotta go with that song. And that's enough of that.
Celine Dion. But that movie has its place. I told you amongst society because it's a great drinking game if you're younger.
Yeah.
Every time you say Jack or Rose, you do a shot or take a sip of whatever you're drinking.
Well, don't feel bad because there's the thing. I got to say, if Philly fans, you guys are watching, Philly, Philadelphia Phillies. Last year, it was, and I think the year before, these goofballs from the San Diego Padres, it was the worst thing. You think that was bad? If I can find it, it's even worse. It's like five guys. The Padres are coming into town, and they all of them can't clap together. It was the worst thing. So hopefully someone is listening out there. Either they'll send it to me or I'll look it up as we're going along here. It's horrendous.
It's not worse than that. New England, the Patriots, and me. It's just not. It's just not. Remember San Diego Supercharged? That was awesome. That was a cool song. All right. Well, let's back to breaking down some of the highlights. We're still in the Europe section here. Bears and Jaguars, Week 6 in England, Sunday, October 13th, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's the second straight week. London will play host to the NFC North squad. This time, Caleb Williams for the Bears. Jacksonville, of course, no stranger to England. They play a lot of games there, and they played in London every year except for 2020. So that should be a good game. Trevor Lawrence against Caleb Williams. That should be a real good game in Week 6. Week 7, Jaguars stay there against my Patriots. When Mia comes on with us at 8:30, I got to figure they're going to send her out there. She's going to pack a bag. She could be there for 2 weeks.
If they don't send her, that's silly.
Yeah, they might. They should. They can afford it. 2 weeks in a row out there. She said, and then she studied at Oxford. She told us that last week. Jaguars and Patriots, Sunday, October 20th, also 9:30 a.m. on NFL Network. Jaguars play the second consecutive game against the Gerard Mayo Patriots. And hopefully Drake May is under center by then. Gas Pump Guy, just an update from the game. We won, but it was because the other team did not have enough players. But a win is a win, right? First place we are. How does that happen? Unless the kids were sick or something like that? Oh, God. That's I guess. So did you win the championship or are you moving on to the championship? Did you win the division? Anyway, congratulations. Week 10, Giants at the Panthers. This one in Munich, Germany at Allianz Arena, NFL Network. 2 years after the NFL held its first ever regular season game in Germany, 2 rebuilding NFC squads will square off. The Giants and the Panthers. That game could be absolutely pathetic. That could end up being one of the worst games of the season. So we've given you the full slate of international matchups. We've given you the Christmas Day matchups on Netflix. We've given you the Thanksgiving Day matchups. We've given you the Sunday night matchups.
Holy crap! I found this travesty. Hang on, folks. I know we're might be a little bit off the rails today, but right. You think that was bad? Wait till you see these clowns, and that's exactly what they are. Is they were clowns because we beat them twice.
Okay.
This is just watch and learn. Thankfully, it's only 26. That's all they need. Okay. It was 26 seconds.
Philly going down to yellow and brown. That's what's in. Padres on the loose. Let's go, Goose. That's what's in. Bryce gonna lose, and Manny's gonna cruise. That's what's in. Give Philly no slack and send them back. That's what's in.
Yeah, horrible.
So you think you know Wix?
Horrible.
Do you really?
Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I told you that was freaking
That
horrible.
is awful.
Yeah.
It's still not as bad for one reason, a couple of reasons. One, it's short. But I'll make an amendment. Okay, if you're sent to hell for eternity, you get New England, the Patriots, and me, and that alternating on a continuous loop. That'll teach you not to be evil in this world.
Sure. By the way, that's the condensed version. There's a 4-minute version of this nonsense of them just going back and forth. The best part is that we got to rub it in their face afterwards because it was so bad. But the guy then the second year he comes out with one even worse than that one. That was from. I think it was a year ago. The year before that one, it was even worse. That the goose is loose nonsense. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God almighty.
Yuppers. Horrendous.
Oh, my God. It's so bad. And that seemed like it was on the Good Morning America show locally in San Diego.
Yeah. Yipper. Sure was. It was just dumb. The one young guy that was in the group, or youngest guy, I'm like, why did I agree to this? What am I doing? And I told him just block me out. It was horrible.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that?
That's exactly what it is.
Oh, that is terrible. Terrible. When he said Goose, I'm thinking he's talking about Goose Gossage in 1984 when he was pitching for the Padres against the Tigers in the World Series. But no, he wasn't. I don't know. Maybe he was talking about that Goose Gossage. He said Goose, in a positive way. I don't know any nickname Goose is on the Padres right now. I think he was talking about Goose Gossage back in the day for the Padres. Who that was another. That was a great. That was one of his best of 5. Cubbies up 2-0. Then game 3. Loss. Game 4, loss. Game 5, loss. Steve Garvey running around the bases. Yeah, and then they went up against that great Tiger team back in 1984 that started off 35-5, even though 2 of the 5 losses were to the Red Sox. Meanwhile, as we continue on breaking down the NFL schedule and playing some cheesy videos in between, some cuts for you from some of the networks last night. Here is Joe Buck jokingly wondering if Jason Kelce will still be a broadcaster.
Jeez.
Then week 2, we get Kirk Cousins as a Falcon, prime time against the Eagles. Joe, what do you make of our September start?
Well, I think it's really good. I know Greeny was crying about it when the schedule came out. Oh, I know. We got it. Greeny, you're a Jets fan. We've heard it over and over again. You're scared about the matchup week 1 and the whole karma thing with Aaron Rodgers again. I think it's an awesome way for us to start. And then I think week 2 for you, Kevin. I think it's scary for us at ESPN because we know this. We're going to go into Philly with Jason Kelce as a member of ESPN. Will we come out of Philly with Jason Kelce as a member of ESPN? Or will they somehow coerce him to come back onto the field where we know he could still play at a Pro Bowl level?
Now, there's more, Joe Buck. Another interesting story about what happened in Disney World.
Allow me to promote another Disney product. What was the favorite ride at Disney?
Oh, my God. Probably Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, that thing.
Because they trick you.
Yes.
I got through it because they blast music into your head, and then they put cool air blowing at you. So
and it's dark.
I rode it once, and Space Mountain, I actually paid somebody to ride it with one of my sons because they can't ride it without an adult. And I said, here's $20. There's my kid. I'm sitting on my fat, you know what, over here and enjoy.
Listen, if you got the Flock of Seagulls song, that it can be an enjoyable ride, and then you want to go back on again and get the other one. Like, does Michelle know you did that with child? Is the question.
She was all for it. She I mean, yeah, ever since child birth, she's been, easy to get sick. So we were just looking for anybody. I would have The things that are running through my head right now, I wish I could say, but I just can't.
Yeah. It's good we got to go to break.
Yeah,
Joe,
go to break.
Great seeing you
Go to
today.
break.
Rest up the pipes and, of course, rest up the back. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, Joe. This is a song he's talking about. Flock of Seagull.
Yeah.
Space Age love song.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about. That's hysterical. It's funny because when I was a kid, I still have only been to Disney World once. Can you believe it? And that was in 1978. My parents surprised us on a trip, February vacation. So all I could talk about was Space Mountain, because when you watched Wonderful World of Disney back in the day on Sunday nights, that's what they used to promote. That was their big ride back then, Space Mountain, Space Mountain, Space Mountain. So I was so excited. When we got there, it's like the third thing we went on, and I'll never forget it. Once, I'm 11 or I'm 11 years old. So, and when you see signs, I just wasn't used to seeing a sign basically saying you might die if you ride this ride. If you have a heart, it has a whole thing, like a lot of the rides do nowadays. Everybody had to protect. But Disney back then, this was the only ride where there was like, told you your life might be in danger. And you see it, and it's like, and I'm thinking to myself, it's all old people. It says, if you have a heart condition, you have a back condition, you have this condition, you have that condition, blah, 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 blah. Don't wear glasses, don't do this, don't do that. And I'm thinking, none of that applies to me. So it's me, my dad, and my sister, who was 10. So my dad and my sister Andrea. And they said my father and my sister sat in the front. I sat in the middle by myself, and there were, I think, 2 people behind me after we waited an hour in line. There's no fast track back then, whatever. So we start going up. It starts to get pitch black immediately. The ride only lasts about 45 seconds. It seems like forever. I'm going up, and I'm like, oh, Dad. I'm like, oh, God, oh, God. Oh, God. And I was just like kind of thinking but I was excited but scared at the same time. He's like, this is what you wanted. So first, the first drop is huge. I think it's I don't know, 2.5, 3 stories. It seems like you're dropping forever. First thing I see, my dad forgot to take his glasses off. Whoosh.
Oh, no.
Right past my head and into Space Mountain oblivion. My sister, even though she's strapped in, all I know is my father reached out and grabbed her and pulled her back. I probably didn't have to do that, but it was pretty dramatic. Now I'm going, and I'm thinking, what the hell? And I went, what's going on up there? And meanwhile, you're going like this, and you're going all sorts of ways. You can't see anything. And I'm like, I am going to die. The sign was right. I'm going to die. I'm going to die on Space Mountain. Anyway, it was fun afterwards. And then you get done. And I remember going through this, what do you call it? One of those, I don't know. You walk it out of the ride and you can see yourself on TV and blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. They also have the other ride there. I think they still have it where you can ride. It's like a monorail, but you can ride around and watch people make fools out of themselves on Space Mountain. It goes all the way around. And it used to be that way. And you could watch people on the ride and get a feel for what it's like. You had a better view. For some reason, the lighting was better, or they had some sort of thing. And I don't know what it was. But anyway, that was my Space Mountain. That's why it reminded me of that. Let's see. Last thing before we go to break, Kevin Burkhardt talked. By the way, other cuts were from ESPN2 last night. This is from NFL Network. Kevin Burkhardt talks with Rich Eisen about being joined by Tom Brady in the booth.
I think there's 2 sides to it, Rich, right? I mean, like, anytime you have a new partner in anything, and I've had a few now, you just got to build a relationship, right? And I knew Tom from a working relationship, but I didn't really know him from a personal relationship. So I think that's number one. And we've been doing that and spending time together. And then the second part is we're working behind the scenes, right? We're rehearsing and practicing and just kind of getting used to each other. And he's getting used to TV. And it's been cool. I mean, there's been moments, I think I shared this on your show a few weeks ago, but there's been moments where he just says something and you're like, oh my gosh, that is so cool. And I'm nerding out. And for him, it's kind of commonplace. So I think there's going to be a lot of those moments because we've never heard him really talk about that stuff, So I think there's going to be a lot of firsts for him where people are like, whoa, that was pretty neat.
One time, Tom, do you remember that time you had the avocado ice cream and you put sriracha on top? That was awesome. All right, 727-858-6650. You can watch the show across the incredible Riptide Media network video platform. Follow me on Twitter, X at PShep326, on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Twitch, Rumble, LinkedIn, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. Hour number 2A coming up next here on the Pete Sheppard Show, right here live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
live from the Naples Love Planning Studio here in the incredible Riptide Media Network. Check us out on the video platform as well. As I said, all sorts of places. Follow me at Twitter X at PShep326. My Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Twitch, Rumble, LinkedIn, and Sports Radio 102.9. I'm joined by Angel Martinez, exec producer, co-host extraordinaire as well. He'll be on later today also with Defo, Martinez and Defo Unscripted coming up later on today between 10 a.m. and noon. And quick note, I will not be here tomorrow because I'm flying up to New England after the show to have a little mini high school reunion. Looking forward to seeing some guys I have not seen, some of them over 25 years. So it's going to be... we will not be playing that video, New England, the Patriots and me. We will not be playing that at all. So looking forward to that. Anyway, call or text the show as always, 727-858-6650. Continuing with some of these games, we're going to go team by team in a second here. And I'll start with your Eagles coming up in just a little. But I have some more sound to play from the draft last night in case you missed it. Next up, Mike Tirico. Well, let me run down some of the headlines that are going on today. The NFL schedule is obviously out. The PGA Championship has begun. I'll update you on that in 2 seconds here. I'll recap the Stanley Cup and NHL Stanley Cup playoffs and the NBA playoffs from last night. Give you the scores, and then we'll have a Preakness preview at 9:30 with Gus Alonso. Bottom of this hour, the one and only Mia O'Brien will join us from 1010XL in Jacksonville. She can only do it today, not via video, just via phone. So we'll chat with her about the Jags and the NFL. Last night in the NBA, Celtics over Cleveland, 113-98. Green win the series 4-1. Now they just have to wait for the Knicks or Indiana to close out that series, and that game won't take place until tomorrow night in Indianapolis with the Knicks leading 3-2. Also last night, Dallas over Oklahoma City, 104-92. The Mavs now lead that series 3-2. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, Colorado beat Dallas 5-3. Stars lead their 3-2. Tonight, it's Carolina hosting the Rangers. 7 o'clock on TNT. Rangers leading there 3-2. They had a 3-0 lead. Can the Hurricanes force a Game 7? I say no. Heartbreaking overtime. Rangers win. PNC Raleigh Arena, PNC Arena and Raleigh, North Carolina. There will be a lot of people wearing red, white, and blue there. I can tell you that. Edmonton at Vancouver tonight, 10 o'clock on TNT. That series tied at 2. And Florida and Boston Friday night, not tonight, 7 o'clock TNT, 3-2 Florida lead. Bruins trying to stay alive and force a Game 7. And Dallas and Colorado, their next game of that series, as I said, 3-2 Stars. That'll be Friday night also, 10 o'clock on TNT. We continue to talk about the NFL schedule. Mike Tirico, this is from the NFL Network. He is excited for the Sunday Night Football Week 2 matchup, Bears and the Texans.
You know, this sounds silly, Rich, but like one game that jumps out right away is Week 2. Caleb Williams already named the starter for the Bears. At Houston, C.J. Stroud, what the Texans did last year, the Offensive Rookie of the Year. The Bears hope that Caleb is their C.J. Regarding Houston. So that's going to be a fun matchup to see right away. But look down that side pylon that you guys have. I guess it's over here. You guys figure out which way.
No, it's the other way. You're the other way. No,
I'm sorry. I was right the first
nice
time.
Try. You were right the first time. Yes, sir.
All right. Meanwhile, in New England, Good Jules Hunting schedule release video. This is from the Patriots webpage.
Meet Jules Hunting.
This kid's genius is unparalleled, but we need to get someone to get through to him. We got to get the rest of the schedule.
You're telling me that this kid cracked the code that it took the whole offseason to come up with? The art of scouting
lies. You know what? We have to get the video for that. I'll find it during the break because the audio doesn't do it justice. It's very, very funny. It's very, very funny. It's if you look up on the Patriots webpage, New England Good Jules Hunting, and I'm sure it's something had to do with Edelman and stuff like that. Coming up with a funny video about the Patriots schedule. Speaking of videos. But I don't want. If you're looking that up, then don't worry about it, Angel. We'll get to it. I want to get to it at another time. Adam Schefter and Dan Orlovsky on ESPN They kind of went at it on NFL Live yesterday about arguing about T. Higgins.
Loss of Boyd, and I will say, questions about T. Higgins, because he is going to the last year of his contract.
But he wants money.
He's not going to get the money.
But he's going to get it from someone.
Okay, right. So what's going to happen middle of the season if and when his knees creaky, his hamstrings tight, his shoulder sore? Is he playing through those injuries weeks before he becomes a free agent? Or is he going to be making a business decision?
But here's the thing, Shep.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to go get you think a team is randomly going to pay you if you're not healthy? So what you want?
Absolutely. He's getting paid.
No.
Oh, he's getting paid.
Shep,
Wow.
If he goes and plays the way that T. Higgins has, you're going to tell me if T. Higgins 6 or 7 weeks in, and I don't want to even put that out in the universe. I want to say if he plays.
How many times have we seen this play out? I'll go back to Jarris Byrd, a safety in Buffalo, where he had all kinds of injury issues, becomes a free agent. New Orleans makes him the highest paid safety in football. Somebody, no matter what season T. Higgins has, is going to pay him.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Both make good points, and I think Adam might be right in this. Orlovsky does a really good job. I like his takes a lot. But T. Higgins is going to get paid. I don't think there's any question about it. It's just a question of when. He will absolutely get paid. Also, another funny moment last night on NFL Live. Rams' Sean McVay feels trapped like a prisoner in his windowless temporary office that he's had for 7 years.
It's Dan. Where are you? Dan? We can't get you a... Where
He's
are
not
you?
at the draft house. I know
Dan,
that.
I'm in the same temporary office that I've been for 8 years here. So when I was hired in 2017, they said this would be a temporary facility. We're going on year 9 in this thing, so we'll see if we make it over to the Woodland Hills. I'm trapped like a prisoner in this thing, man.
It looks like the room you actually fired me in.
Hey, listen. I'm just fighting, scratching, and clawing for a window in this thing. I still think this office is pretty depressing, Adam.
I agree. You know, to me, if you win a Super Bowl, the office should be upgraded as a general rule.
At least paint the walls color pop.
I mean, you gotta get, what's Kevin Demoff doing, man? He's too busy, dealing with the teams
Avalanche.
in Denver. I mean,
The Avalanche and the Nuggets.
I got urgent enjoyment behind me. I can't even get a window in here.
Wrong. I think both of our sons are 7 months old.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
7 months?
Yes, they are. It's
How
the
we
best
doing
thing
on
ever, isn't
sleep?
it?
And are you in that office trying to escape him right now, like I am upstairs?
You know what? I come home to that smile, but this guy gets irritable quick, and he hates sleeping. I wonder how the hell that happened.
Bill Buck suggested earlier spending 9 days in Disney World. 9 days. Go try it.
And pay somebody $20 to take him.
Hey, that might be worse than this office.
Yeah, like, hey, Sean, just bring him to the office. He'll fall asleep real quick. Trust me.
Yeah, no
There are
doubt.
no windows. He's good to go.
Sean, blink 20 times if you need us to come get you. If you need us to come get you.
Oh, that's hysterical. Oh man, as we continue to break down the schedule just from a feature standpoint, some of the more notable games coming up before I give you we're going to go through some of the teams. We'll go through the Eagles, the Patriots, Miami. We'll do like the AFC East and NFC East for a lot of our listeners. So the notable games, obviously September 5th, the Ravens at the Chiefs. September 8th, the Rams at St. Louis. Also that day, Steelers at the Falcons and Titans at the Bears. On September 9th, we've got the Jets at the 49ers. September 12th, Bills at Miami. September 15th, the Bucks at the Lions. Bears at the Texans also that day. Moving on to September 29th, the Eagles at the Bucks. Rematch of last year's debacle for Philadelphia as their season ended in Tampa in the playoff game. October 20th, Chiefs at the 49ers. 27th, Bears at the Commanders. November 17th, Chiefs at the Bills. November 24th, 49ers at the Packers. November 28th, Thanksgiving Day, Bears at the Lions. Giants at the Cowboys. Dolphins at the Packers. December 25th, on Christmas Day on Netflix, we get the Chiefs at the Steelers. And also the Ravens at the Texans. On December 30th, the Lions at the 49ers. Those are some of the bigger games on the slate. If we look at your Eagles, you guys open up in Brazil, as everybody knows by now, at 8:15 on that Friday night, September 6th, against the Packers. Then you go right to Monday Night Football to take on Kirk Cousins and the Falcons on Monday Night Football. That's 8:15 on September 16th. So you got 10 days in between that, then only 6 days rest. You go to New Orleans for a 1 o'clock game. After that is December 29th. The Eagles are at Tampa Bay at 1 o'clock. Then you have a bye week. It's a nice time to have a bye week. October 6th. Week 6, I should say, October 13th, you're home against the Browns at 1. October 20th, on week 7, you are at the Giants at 1. Then you're at Cincinnati at 4:25 on October 27th. November 3rd, on Sunday Night Football, Philadelphia home against the Jaguars at 8:20. At the Cowboys at 4:25 on November 10th. Home against the Commanders on Thursday Night Football on November 14th. That's an 8:15 start. Then at the Rams, Sunday Night Football at 8:20. At the Ravens at 4:25 on December 1st. Home against the Panthers on December 8th at 1. Home against the Steelers at 4:25 on December 15th. In Week 15, Week 16 at the Commanders at 1. Week 17, home against the Cowboys at 4:25. And Week 18, January 4th or 5th, it'll be against the Giants. Don't know the time. That'll be determined. So lots of nationally televised, lots of national games for your Eagles, Angel.
It drives you nuts, though, because once again, this fluctuation in time. Like last year, it was tough at Tampa Joe's to do anything live because of the at the time with my full-time job and in these goofy time slots, the way they have it. It's just I don't know. I love the 1 o'clock starts, but we're back to this fluctuation of 8:20, 4:25, 1 o'clock. Blech.
Well, when you're good, that's what happens. So that's, the better teams are going to be get those time slots. My Patriots, which I'll get to that schedule right now, they only have 2 non-1 o'clock games, and one of them is because they're in London at 9:30. The other one is a 4:25 game. Why, I don't know. December 15th at Arizona. But that's the only one. The rest of the games are all at 1 o'clock, and I got to tell you, it's going to interfere with my pregame. You really have to, you have to really prepare for some early day drinking at 1 o'clock games and eating. And it's a lot of pressure to get everybody to get ready for 1 o'clock games. There's just a ton of them. Actually, there's a third one, 8:15 Thursday night. So Patriots schedule, they open up week 1 at Cincinnati. Well, that defense will get a good test that day. It's one thing the Patriots do have is a very good defense, especially with Judon and Gonzalez coming back. That's week 1, September 8th at 1 o'clock. Then the week following, they're home against Seattle at 1. Then Thursday Night Football, a short week at the Jets at 8:15 p.m. Week 4, September 29th, that's San Francisco at 4:05 p.m. Then at October 6th versus the Dolphins at 1. October 13th versus the Texans at 1. At home. Then October 20th, they head out to London at the Jaguars. That's at 9:30. Following week, 7 days later, home against the Jets at 1. At the Titans, November 3rd at 1 p.m. Week 10, at the Bears, 1 p.m. versus the Rams, November 17th. At home at 1 p.m. At the Dolphins at 1 p.m. The 24th, December 1st, home versus the Colts. Week 15 at the Cardinals on December 15th at 4:25. December 22nd at the Bills at 1 p.m. Home against the Chargers on either that Saturday or Sunday, 28th or 29th, and then home against the Bills the following week, week 18. Tough schedule.
Yeah,
tough schedule for the Patriots. I'm glad. Not as tough as Baltimore's is, but this is pretty close.
It is, but that's a late buy is a good one, especially if somebody's banged up on week 14 there. And then I'll have to get together. Where was it? Let me go back. To week 2. I'm going to have to get together with BJ Daniels because we just had a great conversation that I still have to put up on under my conversation on broad@csouth.com. We were together last week, and we talked about the New England, Seattle. Obviously, when they could have went back to back, and you'd be kind of surprised on what he said. But I have to get together with him. Either I'm going to have to grab him, throw him in a car, and go down to the Tiki Lounge. Yeah, that'd be a great time with him.
Oh, I'm sure, no doubt. I'm sure he has some fascinating stuff to talk about, especially that game. Do I want to do the Jets? Yeah, I'll do the Jets for you. Week 1 at the 49ers. 8:15 p.m. Aaron Rodgers makes his return. It's already an inside joke that I started. Will he make it past 4 snaps? Week 2, September 15th at Tennessee, 1 o'clock. Week 3, September 19th, home against the Patriots. That's the Thursday night game we talked about at 8:15. Week 4, home against Denver at 1 p.m. Week 5 at the Vikings in England at 9:30 in the morning. Week 6, October 14th versus the Bills on Monday Night Football at 8:15 p.m. At least that's a home game for them. Week 7, October 20th at Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football, 8:20. So that's 3 straight national games, really, at the Vikings, home against the Bills, and then at the Steelers. At the Patriots, October 27th, that's week 8. Week 9 on Halloween, home versus the Texans. That's a Thursday night football game, 8:15 p.m. November 10th at Arizona at 4:25. Week 11, November 17th versus the Colts on Sunday night football at 8:20. Week 12 is their bye week, another good break from them. Week 13, December 1st versus Seattle at 1 p.m. Week 14, December 8th at Miami at 1. Jaguars the following week at 1 on December 15th. Then December 22nd, the Rams at 1 p.m. The 29th, the Bills at 1 p.m. And either January 4th or 5th, home versus the Dolphins. Now, and I forget what week they can start flexing out games. It's a lot earlier than before. It used to be just the last 2 weeks. Right? I think they start around week 14, I think. I could be more. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. But, all right, let's do, here's a Miami Dolphins schedule. Week 1, September 8th versus home against Jacksonville at 1 versus the Bills the next week on Thursday Night Football at 8:15. September 22nd at Seattle at 4:05. September 30th, home versus the Titans on Monday Night Football at 7:30. Week 5 at New England at 1 p.m. Their bye is week 6. Week 7 at the Colts at 1 p.m. Week 8, home against Arizona at 1. November 3rd at Buffalo at 1. Week 10, November 11th at the Rams. That's on Monday Night Football, 8:15. Week 11, November 17th, home against the Raiders at 1. November 24th versus the Patriots at 1. Moving on to week 13, November 28th. That's Thanksgiving night. They're at Green Bay at 8:20. It should be a good 0 degrees by then at that time. Week 14, December 8th versus the Jets at 1 p.m. Then the following week at the Texans at 1, December 22nd versus the 49ers at 4:25 p.m. December 29th at Cleveland on Sunday Night Football at 8:20, and then either January 4th or 5th at the Jets. So late Sunday night game for the Miami Dolphins. Their only Sunday night game of the year. So see if any thoughts on that. We'll do one more. Let's do the Dallas Cowboys.
Boo.
Yes, boo.
Just a reminder for Dallas fans, Dallas still sucks.
Week 1, September 8th at Cleveland. That's the game Tom Brady will make his broadcasting debut on Fox. That's at 4:25. Week 2, September 15th versus New Orleans at 1. Week 3, September 22nd, home against the Ravens at 4:25. Week 4, September 26th at the Giants on Thursday Night Football at 8:15 p.m. Then they go to Sunday Night Football the following week on Week 5 at the Steelers. Week 6, October 13th, home against the Lions at 4:25. Then they get the bye week. Good time for a bye right there, middle of the season almost. Week 8, October 27th, that's San Fran. That's another Sunday Night Football game at 8:20. November 3rd at the Falcons at 1 p.m. November 10th, home against the Eagles at 4:25 p.m. That could be a big one. Week 11, November 18th versus the Texans. That's Monday Night Football at 8:15. Week 12, November 24th at the Commanders, 1 p.m. November 28th versus the Giants. That's on Thanksgiving at 4:30. December 9th, home against the Bengals on Monday Night Football at 8:15 p.m. December 15th at Carolina at 1 p.m. December 22nd, home against the Buccaneers. That could be a huge NFC positioning game for a playoff spot. Sunday Night Football at 8:20. Then at the Eagles at 4:25 p.m. on December 29th. And then home versus the Commanders on either January 4th or the 5th. So there you have it, Cowboy fans. Who I believe are going to take a step back next year. This year, I should say. They're going to take a step
back. You're right.
Okay.
No love. Dallas fans, you guys can forget about it here. You can forget about it. It ain't happening. Not at all. Unless Tom Landry happens to come and pop up and come into the studio. Not happening. Good luck this year.
Strong words from Eagle fans who are going to be, there's a lot. Who do you think has more pressure on to win, you or Dallas?
Dallas. Dallas has more pressure. Mike McCarthy, he's freaking washed up anyway. Yeah. Whatever, Jerry loves him. I do believe that Belichick may end up there unless something miraculously happens in between, but he's horrible. He's horrible. And I've said it to Dallas fans. You guys are freaking, I don't know what the hell they believe in McCarthy for, but you know what? It's better for us in the NFC East no matter what. Just like the Giants. And if Joey B was wide awake this morning, it's 6:24 or something down there in Colorado or some crap like that. But he knows it too. The Giants are another one to take a step back. They should have actually gone forward last season and they revolted back. So not that I can say much before anybody says, what about your Eagles? Yes, I know about my Eagles too. I know what happened there. Believe me, Nick Sirianni knows from the Eagles fans that he is still in the hot seat no matter what.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I can't possibly believe that how they played the last 5 games or 6 games into the playoffs and against Tampa Bay, how disinterested and they just seemed out of it for an Eagle team that started off so hot. But every week there was trepidation every week from Eagle fans because they weren't winning by enough. Starting week 1 in New England, where the Patriots had a chance to win that game at the very end, until they didn't. That was the story of the Patriots all of last year. They were in like 7 or 8 games, 1-score games until the very end, until either Mac Jones blew it or there was a defensive mishap. But I kept telling the Eagles, no, don't worry about it. We're 8, 9, 10-1, and then all of a sudden, it all caught up with them. More sound coming up. Mia O'Brien coming up in just a few minutes after the break. But I wanted to tell you all the great sound we're playing for you today. For the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. And its course, it is Total Sports Prep. The staff combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. The sports and non-sports kicker stories leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, check us on the screen as well. Contact them at info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep, the name says it all. Quick break, then Mia O'Brien going to join us via the telephone coming up next here. It's Pete Sheppard Show continues on this Thursday right here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's acretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
It's the Pete Sheppard Show here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio here on the Riptide Media Network. And she's in the car today, not via video, but joining us, as she usually does once a week, is the talented Mia O'Brien up from 1010XL in Jacksonville. And, of course, her great show, Helmets and Heels, every day from noon to 2 p.m. Hi, Mia. Good morning. How you doing? Nice. Angel, is there any way we can turn her volume up because she's really low? Okay. All right. Well, besides, by the way, I'll have a medium. Where you getting the coffee at? Okay. Where are you, though? Starbucks? Dunkies? Cinnamon rolls. Yep. Island Girl. Good song by Elton John. Oh, sounds delightful. Oh. Yeah, I think that's smart. Because I was going to say Starbucks and Dunkies doesn't have a hot Shiro that I know of. No problem at all. I'm an iced coffee guy, by the way. Now, since I moved down here, I very rarely drink hot coffee anymore. I love iced coffee, which is, I don't know why iced coffee is more expensive everywhere you go. But it just seems that way. It's discrimination, really. I don't know what's about. I feel picked on. Well, I like both. I don't mind Starbucks either. But I think, and also, iced coffee. You could. The worst iced coffee is, I hate to say it, is at McDonald's. I mean, that's awful. That's awful. All right, let's get into. Did you? I can't remember if it was announced. We knew obviously that Jacksonville was going to be in London, but I didn't know it was going to be back-to-back weeks. Did you have any idea that that was going to be the case? October 13th at Chicago. I mean, against the Bears and then against the Patriots, back-to-back weeks. Mhm. Yeah, I think. Well, you know this. I mean, I don't think anybody, any NFL team, can take anybody for granted ever, because once you do that, you're almost destined to lose. So, and not that Jacksonville will take the Bears or the Patriots lightly or anything like that. From my perspective, I hope it's a competitive game, and I hope that Drake May is starting by that time, if not already. I don't care about Jacoby Brissett, and I'd rather have him in there in the beginning. I hope by the time, maybe that's his debut. That would be something if Drake May debuts against your Jacksonville Jaguars. That'd be a lot of fun. But overall, are you happy? By the way, you're the old school release with the X-Men throwback is the best release I've seen yet from anybody in the NFL. It's not just because I'm a Marvel nerd too, but that was fantastic. But overall, what are your thoughts about the schedule and how it's shaping up here? Yeah. Yeah, at Miami, home against the Browns, at the Bills, and at the yeah. So 3 out of your first 4 games are on the road. Mm-hmm. How much was that bill? Do you guys split it? Do you rotate? You get one day, somebody else gets another day, or do you get reimbursed? Yeah. Oh, look at you. Well, a couple things. That's one thing is you get to play in Buffalo when it actually might be not snowing. That's week 3, and it's September 23rd. Although who the hell knows? You never know with that team up there. So you get to play at Buffalo. So at least you don't have to go there in December. So that's good. And then you're home against the Packers, and Lions are inside. Tennessee might be a tad chilly on December 8th. That's certainly possible. But really, no cold weather games that I can see, unless Tennessee something happens on December 8th. That might be the only one. Everything else, you should get pretty good weather. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I can't. I'll be upset. I can't stand outdoor teams that go with the domes. I know why they're doing it. It's to attract Super Bowls and Final Fours and other marquee things. Man, I would hate to see that in Buffalo or New England or Philadelphia, or some other or Arrowhead, which they're talking about that too. I hate to see that. You're giving up an advantage. Or for God forbid, it ever happen at Lambeau Field. I mean, the weather is so key in the NFL. It's so big, and it does absolutely play a role. There's no question about it. I can't stand when teams start talking about putting domes over outdoor stadiums, but I understand the financial reasons behind it, Mia. I do. It's just I don't like it. I don't like it. Hmm. Well, speaking of ungodly temperatures, so, I told you last, I'm finally going to get to go to the swamp. It's one place I have not been, and I am heading up with some buddies August 31st. Miami and the Florida Gators. 3:30 kickoff, as was announced earlier this week. A great lineup by ABC to start the, week one of college football. And I am praying because my guy I'm going with is pretty well known, and I'm hoping we are in a suite and not in the middle of the stands where the sun is beaming down on us. Because number one, it will affect my pre and post game tailgating habits. Because you got to stay hydrated. You can't sit there and just keep drinking booze when it's 95 degrees outside and the sun is burning down on you. But I'm hoping, and if you're there, if you're in the press box or whatever, we'll definitely. We'll have to say hello. But that game, right out of the gate, 3:30 in the swamp. There's going to be a lot of swamp, all over the place. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we've talked about this a bunch of times already. It is arguably, I don't think there's any argument about it. To me, it is the toughest regular season college football schedule I have ever seen in my life. I do not say that lightly. I mean, most years I would agree on 100% of what you're saying, but don't you think that Napier's got to get a tiny bit of a pass? I mean, an 8-win season would be phenomenal. 8-4 this year, that would be a great season. This schedule is sick. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. So I mean, if that team wins 8 games this year, and I hope it's not against my Hurricanes, because I agree with you said about Mario Cristobal and what they have to go through, and it's a huge test right out of the gate, obviously for both teams. But giving Napier a tiny bit of a pass if he wins 8 games, I think that's a phenomenal accomplishment, and it might be enough to get in the football playoff. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no question. As you said, at the beginning of the schedule, hosting Miami, hosting Samford, hosting Texas A&M, 3 straight home games, and then you're going to travel to Mississippi State and Starkville, where a lot of people are very high on this Bulldog team this year. Then UCF, which isn't that's pretty significant. They finally get to play. Remember a few years ago they call it when what was it? Danny White, when he was the AD, didn't want to play the Gator. I hated that. After they claimed their fake national title, and then Florida offered them generously to play, a couple of games, and they turned it down because they didn't want to play twice in Gainesville. Then once it had been in UCF, but that changed. Then at Tennessee, I mean it's brutal right out of the gate, but we shall see. But and a lot, and for Florida State as well. I mean, Miami, Florida State, and Florida. I would, and even UCF for that matter. But I would love. It would be fantastic if Miami, Florida State, and Florida all got in. The 12-team playoff this year. That would really be something. But only in SEC softball can you get all 13 teams in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, before I let you go, it is going to be interesting. Graham Mertz from Wisconsin versus Cam Ward from out Washington State. So that's going to be. We'll see which transfer quarterback does the best in the state of Florida. You sound like you're holding about 4 trays. Probably can't even see your face with all the stuff that it's piled on. So thanks for coming on, because I don't know if you'll be able to open your door if you have a key card that you have to get into. So I will let you go. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes. Really appreciate it, as always. All right, Mia. We'll talk soon. Enjoy your meeting and enjoy your coffee and churros as well. That sounds lovely. Okay. Take care. There she is, Mia O'Brien. Coffee in hand. A couple of trays. Imagine her springing for everybody. Good for her.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great.
Listen, I know. Let me put this disclaimer out there once again, Jamie. I appreciate it, and other folks that I know we are trying to get it situated, and I am working as diligent as possible to make sure that we get it straightened out. Hopefully by next week, over the weekend, there's more stuff I got to test out here with some things that are coming in, so therefore we can get the audio out on these socials, on the social app, on our Sports Radio 102.9 FM, the game app. The audio comes through. So on the phone calls, it will come through on the app. For some reason on the socials, it doesn't. And I've been trying to rectify that even with Facebook and Twitter and everybody else. So we'll get it straightened out. Yeah, it's a piece of equipment that you're going to have, I believe. You should, by Monday's show, then this won't happen again. So it's unfortunate, but we're doing it. It's the best we can do right now. I know it's a little frustrating sometimes because the video platform and the app weren't in sync, but it's all being corrected. Should be corrected by Monday, right, yes. Angel? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff I'm working over the weekend. Work never stops. Make sure I got to also get it done before, obviously, the wedding as well. So that's right. Pile on of stuff. And next week, we're the switch the Orlando Predators game, which is also a task because that's retirement / birthday weekend as well. And so it's so much stuff and preparing for the wedding last minute. Yeah. So I'm just cramming everything I possibly can. I feel like Marissa Tomei there with Joe Pesci, my biological
clock is ticking.
Yeah.
No, but you need, that's more like, not that it's more like Steve Martin and Father of the Bride, or you need a wedding planner. You need somebody you need somebody. What's his name was so funny in that role. Anyway.
Yeah, Martin Short.
Martin Short, yeah. Was very funny in that role. PGA Championship update early on. It was delayed by a half hour, 20 minutes to a half hour because of fog in Louisville. Doug Gim is on top right now at 2 under par. Luke Donald is 1 shot back, as is Matt Wallace and Xander Schauffele. Adam Hadwin, they're all through 2 holes, although Doug is through 4. Let's see. Who else? Tyler Collette is even, as is Alex Smalley and Larkin Gross. So there and Ryan Fox. There is there's your early leaderboard for the PGA Championship going on at Valhalla Country Club, Valhalla Golf Club, in Louisville, Kentucky. Jerry says, come on, P2, win, lose, the lineup like the idiots everywhere. No. Win, lose, win, lose, lose, win, lose, win. No, I don't do that. I think that's crazy. Tim says, Tim's a huge Cowboy fan. Love the Dallas Cowboys schedule. 6 primetime games, 3 Sunday nights, 2 Monday night games, and 1 Thursday night game. Yeah.
I saw that. So that means that Tim and I are going to get along just fine.
Tim, a.k.a. Dopey, is the affectionate text name that we had for him at the other plant. Still here, so whatever. But it's Tim, and he's a good guy, loyal listener, and you have some fun. Meanwhile, time for another quick break here. At the bottom of the hour, Gus Alonso will join us. Let's see what he's going to be decked out today. I don't think he's in Baltimore yet at Pimlico for the Preakness. He might be. I'm not sure. But anyway, nobody better in the business. One of the best. Gus Alonso do a Preakness preview at the bottom of the hour. Until then, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Gas Pump Guy says, love when Mia comes on. She knows her stuff. Yes, she does. You can watch the show again on the Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me at pshep326 at Twitter X, mine and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Twitch, Spotify, Rumble, LinkedIn, and on Sports Radio 102.9. Hour number 3 is next right here on the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. It's hour number 3, third and final hour. Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples World Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Call or text 727-858-6650. Mostly been talking about the NFL schedule highlights. Today was released last night, but I know a lot of you are watching basketball and hockey and stuff, so maybe you didn't really. And a lot of leaks came out, as usual, like right before. A lot of the teams released their schedule. So whatever your favorite team is, let me know what you think about it. My boys aren't on national TV hardly at all, and rightly so, because they don't deserve it. Got to earn your way back. A lot of 1 o'clock games, which I'm not happy about because it interferes with starting the parties too soon. I don't like it. I like 4 o'clock games. 4 o'clock games are the best. 4:05 and 4:25 games are the best because if it's a Sunday night game, yes, that's fun. There's a lot of preamble stuff to go, and then you got to work the next morning. Most of us, so that kind of stinks. Still fun. And Monday Night Football, same thing. I love the 4:05 and 4:25 games the best because it gives you some time to eat right, party right, get a certain amount of buzz going, and then have your game on, and then you're home by 8 o'clock. Usually. But that's just my team. Other teams have a lot of nationally televised games like Angels, Eagles, and Tim's Cowboys and all that stuff. Rick says, today in sports history, 1984 MLB Phillies pitcher Steve Carlton hit a grand slam on Fernando Valenzuela. I remember that. 7-2 win against the Dodgers in L.A. I do remember that. Absolutely. Scoreboard rundown once again from yesterday. In the NBA, Celtics move on to the Eastern Conference Finals, 5th time in 6 years and 3rd in a row. They beat Cleveland 113-98, even though they kind of played down to the level of competition. The Cavs, without Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, and Karis LeVert, they win the series 4-1. They'll take on either the Knicks or Indiana. That series, the Knicks lead 3-2. They can close it out Friday in Indiana, 8:30 on ESPN. Meanwhile, Dallas over Oklahoma City on the road, 104-92, and the Mavs lead there 3-2. Denver at Minnesota tonight, 8:30. Denver can close out that series. They lead 3-2. NHL last night, Colorado over Dallas 5-3. Stars lead the series there still 3-2. Rangers are at Carolina tonight, 7 o'clock on TNT. Rangers lead 3-2 at PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina. And at 10 o'clock on TNT, Edmonton at Vancouver. That series knotted up at 2. The Bruins host Florida Friday night at 7 o'clock at TD Garden, TNT. They're up 3-2 there. And Dallas and Colorado, Friday night, 10 p.m. on TNT. Dallas, as I said, leading that series 3-2. Quickly, in Major League Baseball yesterday, for those wondering, now I have to find it. I had it in front of me. Here we go. So in Major League Baseball yesterday, starting with the Cubs, they beat Atlanta by a score of 7-1. They finally got off the schneid did because they were getting killed by Atlanta. The White Sox blanked Washington 2-0. Philadelphia continues to roll. Mets, sloppy baseball yesterday. Philadelphia doubles them up by a score of 10-5. Baltimore over Toronto 3-2. Miami blanked Detroit 2-0. Second game in a row that Miami's blanked Detroit. I think there was 1-0 yesterday. Tampa Bay held off Boston. They went 4-3. Milwaukee over Pittsburgh by a score of 10-2. Texas blanked Cleveland 4-0 there. Houston blanked Oakland 3-0 there. By the way, the Astros, Ronel Blanco suspended 10 games for foreign substance in his glove. I don't know why these people think they can get away with it anymore. I'm not just saying this because of the Astros, but why would you even attempt to try it? They're going to catch you. Angels beat St. Louis by a score of 7-2. Arizona over Cincinnati 2-1. Colorado blanked San Diego 8-0. Seattle doubled up KC 4-2. The 49ers. The Giants over the Dodgers by a score of 4-1. Yankees blank Minnesota. Aaron Judge, a mammoth 467-foot home run in the top of the first inning. That's all the Yankees would need. They won 4-0. So there is your update. Meanwhile, we're still talking about the NFL schedule. Bill Spiros, who joins us every week from senior betting analyst at bookies.com and also Boston Herald columnist. So we talked a little bit about the teams that will travel the most in the NFL. We really only focused on the Chargers. And Adam Schefter picked up the story and retweeted it. So Chargers total mileage this year, Angel, 26,803 through 36 time zones. They're at the top.
Good Lord.
Is the Miami Dolphins at 25,869. That is through 16 time zones. Third, the Seattle Seahawks at 25,797 total yards. That's also through 26 time zones. Fourth is the Patriots, 25,071 total mileage and only 26 time zones. Then San Fran, LA, Raiders. The Eagles are eighth on that list, 22,756 total mileage, but only through 12 time zones. That's the big thing is the time zones. Only 12. That's not bad.
Yeah.
The least amount at the bottom, I think Bill brought this up, is the Washington Commanders only have to go 10,550 miles through 18 time zones, but nevertheless. Second to last is the Bengals at 10,600. They're only 61 miles more than Washington, 10,611 through 12 time zones. And Indy is right there too, right there with them, third to last, Pittsburgh and so on. But yeah, Chargers, 26,803 miles and through 36 time zones. Yikes.
That's nice.
All right, let's see. The Buffalo Bills, according to Adam Schefter, have signed former Bucs safety Dee Delaney and released the recently signed wide receiver Quintez Cephas. So, as we said, the NFL schedule features 9 playoff rematches, including 2 in Week 1, which we've told you about time and time again. Let me see. What else do we have? We went through some of the teams' schedules. Not going to go through all of them. We went through the Christmas doubleheader. That was revealed as well on Netflix. We finally found out the teams on Netflix who are paying $300 million plus for these two games. Kansas City at Pittsburgh. That's Christmas Day, December 25th at 1 o'clock at Acrisure Stadium. Follow that up with a big game at 4:30, also on Netflix, Baltimore at Houston. So I don't know what your holiday schedule is like, Angel, but do you're allowed to watch football, or I know, it's part of it. We can always get away with it some way, shape, or form.
Did you just say, am I allowed?
Well, I mean,
never spoken in his household. I can do as I please.
What I mean by that is if you're having a bunch of family over and it's a sit-down type of dinner and there's football on in the middle of the afternoon, are you allowed to have it on in the background, even on with the sound off? Or, you're not going to pull your phone out at the table. You're not going to do that. I don't think.
No, it's great because Debbie's family, they're all sports fans. And her sister, Kimmy, is a huge Dallas Cowboys fans, including the kids over there, even though they were all born in the Chicagoland area. But that's a story within itself. Yeah.
Hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, we go at it throughout the season. It's absolutely fantastic. Her husband, Tim, man, we go at it. So it's always fun. But no, we always have it on, even at Mom's house, because, and maybe this year I'll probably be down there as well for holidays. But at Mom's house, she knows it. I've been a sports nut all my life. And even when we were together for the holidays, it was the same way. At least one TV in the household had on the game. But yeah, no, with us, especially during Thanksgiving, all of us could be here either at the house or we'll be at one of the family members' house. Same thing. The game's on. No way. You got to have it on.
I love it. Yeah, I love it. I remember, but sometimes if your team is playing on Thanksgiving Day, you're planning your dinner around it. At least in Detroit, you're going to play the early game, right? You're going to play the early game. Dallas is going to play the late game. So at least in the past, I've had to pay. Just got beamed out. There he is. He's back. On Thanksgiving Day, we've had to plan around the Patriots playing. No, we're not eating till because I usually like to eat Thanksgiving dinner around 2:00.
That's a good time.
Yeah, it's usually halftime of the first game, somewhere around there. Like to eat dinner, but we've gone out the last couple of years, and luckily where we were a couple of years in a row now, we've gone to the Boathouse in Naples, Florida, and thank God. In fact, a couple of times with the president of Naples Wealth Planning, with Brian Bruno, his lovely wife Mary, we've seen, the volume was down, but we could see the TVs. So, see, I always have that excuse where, hey, it's part of the job. I got to watch. I have to watch. Got to be able to talk about it. Well, I don't get it. I don't get a lot of flack from Lady Lane, so it's good. It's good stuff on the whole.
No, you have to have it. It's one of those things you have to have it on. That's why. That's for that simple reason is why we agreed upon June 15th. For the nuptials, because it could not be anywhere around training camp. And I know people are going to say, that's so stupid. Say what you want.
No, it isn't.
That's the reason why we did it.
Yeah, that's smart. It's give and take. Are there any shows that, and I'm sure you have multiple TVs in your house, so it doesn't really matter. But I mean, are there any particular shows that she watches sports with you, even though she likes it, but you have to watch a couple of her shows? Does that ever happen? Does that ever get thrown back in your face? It doesn't for me, because we like the same shows. But that's good. See, that's big. Oh, I watch football, but then you're going to watch this.
Yeah, no, it's for us. We watch there isn't a show unless there's like a cheesy Hallmark movie that she tuned into, and that's rare when it happens. But it's like Survivor, The Amazing Race. So we'll watch that stuff together, and that's about it as far as for the networks. Everything else is either Netflix or obviously a lot of sporting events we end up watching. Especially she still watches her White Sox. God bless.
She does.
Yeah.
Really?
You thought Boston was bad. Holy cripes with the Chicago White Sox.
Oh, well, that's actually kind of average this year so far. I mean, they are what they are, but White Sox are awful. I mean, they're terrible.
Oh yeah. There isn't much that we don't watch with each other. It's like I said, we're around each other all the time, minus it's T minus what now, 5-6 days in counting to retirement. So she's after that, she's gonna be loving life.
Unbelievable. A couple of interesting stories. This from the Daily Mail. This is an unbelievable story. Headline: The man who vanished at age 17, Angel, discovered alive in a hole after being held captive by his neighbor for 27 years. A man who was vanished almost 30 years ago at the age of 17 following an alleged kidnapping has been found alive at his neighbor's house in a hole in the ground in a sheep pen underneath stacks of hay. Named as Omar bin Amran or Imran and said to be one of 9 children, he's believed to have disappeared in the city of Jaffa in Algeria 27 years ago. His family assumed he'd been killed during the civil war between the North American nation's government and various Islamist rebel groups that raged for 10 years in the 90s and the early 2000s. The truth was much closer to home. The missing man was found in his neighbor's house, less than 200 meters away from that of his own family. The 61-year-old is now in police custody after Omar, who's now 45, was rescued just 4 days ago. Footage was shared on social media and broadcast on Algerian television networks of the moment that he was found in what appeared to be a hole in the ground described by authorities as a sheep pen within the home of his alleged captor. Holy Toledo. That's like, talk about not Hannibal Lecter, but my God, how does that? That's unbelievable.
I'm calling almost shenanigans on that one. You mean to tell me when they were investigating, there was no thing as did not know watch what was that friggin' Hannibal? Did they not watch the movie?
Yeah, Hannibal Lecter and Silence of the Lambs, and then they had the TV show that wasn't bad. I watched the series Hannibal for 3. It lasted 3 years. Yep.
Come on.
Penguin AZ says, Buenos dias, hermanos. Pete E. Martinez, yes. Hello.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
There's
Buongiorno.
No you mean to tell me okay. And you can't tell me that help in any language, even internationally, is still not help, or you're not screaming. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah. Nikki Glazer's claimed it's impossible that Tom Brady didn't consider how their explosive Netflix roast special would affect his family. Suggested that the former star player simply didn't know what she and other comedians were capable of. And so she was on the Today Show with Jenna and Hoda. The 39-year-old comedian defended her brutal jokes about Tom's divorce from Giselle, which apparently left the supermodel deeply disappointed, quote unquote, said maybe the live event was a little more than he had planned for. So 59-year-old Hoda mentioned the athlete's recent comments about regretting taking part in Netflix's greatest roast of all time. Nikki replied, yeah, I think he probably does. I feel like maybe he didn't consider the backlash from his family and how it would affect them. And I do understand that. She also said, but I also think Tom Brady does not do anything without doing his research and knowing exactly what he was getting into. So I think it's kind of a thing you say after the fact, but it's impossible to me. He didn't consider what could have happened. No, I totally agree with that. And then she said, because there's roast footage out there that you can go watch and go, they're going to go this hard. She said, but there's a part of me that thinks Tom Brady, especially given his career and how much people love him, no one's ever said a bad thing to him in the past 30 years. So he didn't know what anyone's capable of going out there. I don't even know what he thought. So when Jenna asked, could you tell while it was happening that he was kind of regretting or not quickly? And she quickly replied, I got a sense that maybe it was a little more than he had planned for. She then said he hadn't planned how to react because you've kind of got to practice, like, what am I going to do? And I think by midway through, he had decided on the laughter he was going to do. But I think it also kind of jarred him because I really don't think he thought they were going to go there. The thing is, when they are producing these things, they can't take Tom in and go, hey, can we do jokes about this? Because it would be too awkward to ask someone. So it's just kind of like, we think we can go there. We think maybe don't go there. So we all agreed not to talk about the kids, but there wasn't any specific guidelines of what to say and what not to say on Netflix. So anyway, she then was asked, so were you surprised when Brady got up and he was upset because there was a joke about Bob Kraft? She said, I thought it was like maybe a joke or they had choreographed it beforehand, but it certainly wasn't. I definitely heard later on, like, was that okay? We were questioning, like, if that wasn't okay, can we do all these other jokes? So that was kind of the fun part of being a live event and a thing like that can happen and look at it and go, what was that? So it took place in Inglewood, California, May 5th. And that was great. I loved it.
It was. But how could you not? Come on, man. You already know that's going to be, if you really think about it, there's not really much that you can, if you're going to roast Tom, it could be what? The few Super Bowls he lost. Maybe some dumb decisions, which weren't many, but you knew they were going to capitalize on that. So how in the world could you not go into a roast and know that was going to be the main focus of that roast?
Well, he was more upset about Nikki, about the kids. But he has to say that. He knew they were going to rip him and Giselle breaking up. He knew they were going to, that's what, and of course it's going to affect, it's going to, it's going to affect your kids. But he knew that going in. He knew that going. Because he's going to say it politically correct now that I should have taken into consideration. But that stuff will blow over. His kids in a few years will when they're old enough or whatever, they'll watch it again, show all their friends. It'll be hysterical. Taylor Swift is upset because Harrison Butker's speech. Remember the one we played yesterday? Part of it.
Yeah.
Well, because he quoted, he said, as my teammate's girlfriend says, fraternity breeds contempt. That's why I was speaking to the graduates at Benedictine College. And he was quoting from Taylor Swift's song, Bejeweled. So lots of controversy as we played it yesterday. He talked about diabolical lies women have been told about their role in society and said, how many of you sitting here now about to cross the stage are you thinking about all the promotions and titles you're going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. Oh, my God almighty.
What was it that he used as your vocation as a housewife, and you will get paid as such? How ridiculous! What a dumbass!
She wants nothing. She's just like, don't involve me in this nonsense. Meanwhile, more sound from yesterday regarding the NFL schedule. Joe Buck, wonders if Jason Kelce will still be a broadcaster after they go to Philadelphia for week 2 of Monday Night Football.
Then week 2, we get Kirk Cousins as a Falcon, prime time against the Eagles. Joe, what do you make of our September start?
Well, I think it's really good. I know Greeny was crying about it when the schedule came out. Oh, I know. We got it. Greeny, you're a Jets fan. We've heard it over and over again. You're scared about the matchup week 1 and the whole karma thing with Aaron Rodgers again. I think it's an awesome way for us to start. And then I think week 2 for you, Kevin. I think it's scary for us at ESPN because we know this. We're going to go into Philly with Jason Kelce as a member of ESPN. Will we come out of Philly with Jason Kelce as a member of ESPN? Or will they somehow coerce him to come back onto the field where we know he could still play at a Pro Bowl level?
Yeah, it would be interesting. There might be something to that. You never know. You never know. Stranger things have happened. I don't think it will, but you never know. Meanwhile, also a funny story last night. That's from ESPN2. Also on ESPN2 last night. Joe Buck, I'm just going to replay it because it was kind of funny. Played it a little while ago. Joe Buck had an interesting story about what happened to him recently in Disney World.
Allow me to promote another Disney product. What was the favorite ride at Disney?
Oh, my God. Probably Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, that thing.
Because they trick you.
Yes.
I got through it because they blast music into your head, and then they put cool air blowing at you. So
and it's dark.
I rode it once, and in Space Mountain, I actually paid somebody to ride it with one of my sons because they can't ride it without an adult. And I said, here's $20. There's my kid. I'm sitting on my fat, what, over here and enjoy.
Listen, if you got the Flock of Seagulls song, it can be an enjoyable ride, and then you want to go back on again and get the other one. Does Michelle know you did that with child? Is the question.
She was all for it. She ever since child birth, she's been, easy to get sick. So we were just looking for anybody. The things that are running through my head right now, I wish I could say, but I just can't.
Yeah. It's good we got to go to break. Joe,
go to break.
Great seeing you today. Rest up the pipes and, of course, rest up the back. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, Joe.
Yeah, that's funny. You paid somebody $20 to go on the ride with your kid because you're exhausted.
Louise.
Unbelievable. Meanwhile, a couple of other highlights off of television last night. Funny moment with Sean McVay on NFL Live.
It's Dan. Where are you? we can't get you a. He's not at the draft house. I know
Dan,
that.
I'm in the same temporary office that I've been for 8 years here. So when I was hired in 2017, they said this would be a temporary facility. We're going on year 9 in this thing, so we'll see if we make it over to the Woodland Hills. I'm trapped like a prisoner in this thing, man.
It looks like the room you actually fired me in.
Hey, listen. Hey, I'm just fighting, scratching, and clawing for a window in this thing. I still think this office is pretty depressing, Adam.
I agree. To me, if you win a Super Bowl, the office should be upgraded as a general rule. At least paint the walls color pop.
What's Kevin Demoff doing, man? He's too busy, dealing with the teams
Avalanche.
in Denver. I mean,
The Avalanche and the Nuggets.
I got urgent enjoyment behind me. I can't even get a window in here.
Wrong. I think both of our sons are 7 months old.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
7 months?
Yes, they are. It's
How
the
we
best
doing
thing
on
ever, isn't
sleep?
it?
And are you in that office trying to escape him right now, like I am upstairs?
You know what? I come home to that smile, but this guy gets irritable quick, and he hates sleeping. I wonder how the hell that happened.
Bill Buck suggested earlier spending 9 days in Disney World. 9 days. Go try it.
And pay somebody $20 to take him.
Hey, that might be worse than this office.
Hey, Sean, just bring him to the office. He'll fall asleep real quick. Trust me.
No
there are
doubt.
no windows. He's good to go.
Sean, blink 20 times if you need us to come get you. If you need us to come get
All right, there it is off of ESPN2 last night. Very funny segment. Okay, quick break once again, and then our last guest of the day, Gus Alonso, going to join me, one of the best in the business as a handicapper and one of the most knowledgeable people about horse racing. Gus Alonso, we preview the Preakness, and I may have him try to sing Maryland, My Maryland, or Maryland, Oh Maryland, the worst state song of all time. All right, we will take a quick break and come back. It's the Pete Sheppard Show live on the Naples Well Planning, from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, back here on the Pete Sheppard Show. It's Thursday, May 16th. How's everybody doing? We're live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Don't forget, watch the show on the incredible video platform that we have here. Follow me at PShep326 on Twitter X, on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook pages and YouTube, Spotify, Twitch, Rumble, LinkedIn, Horses Anonymous, whatever else is out there. We're on it. I can guarantee you that. And speaking of someone who knows all about horses, my good friend Gus Alonso joins us right here on the Pete Sheppard Show. I really wanted you to sing Marilyn, oh Marilyn, or Marilyn, my Marilyn. I really wanted you to do it. I tried to just find. I couldn't find a good version of it. You'll hear a horrible version of it Saturday, right before the race. It's just the worst song of all time. But anyway, we digress. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well. A little bit of a different scenery this week, but we got the second Triple Crown. Looking forward to it, and nice to have the Derby winner in it as well.
Are you in Baltimore? Are you going to it live? Are you going to this event live as well?
No. I'm here in Florida. I'm in Fort Myers. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we just went from 20 horses down to 8, and obviously, just that alone, even I know. That speed is going to be huge in this one. Does that change your handicapping process when you're looking at this race, Gus?
Oh, definitely. This is more of like a normal race. Usually, 8 horse fields are very common day in and day out. 20, not so much. It's the only one is the Derby. This has the look of a realistic race, but as you mentioned, speed is going to be a factor here. And the speed looks like the outside, which is Bafford's other horse, Imagination. He did have the favorite scratch a couple days ago. He spiked the field smooth, and he had to be scratched. But he does have Imagination. This horse likes the front. I have a question of him liking the distance, but I think he will be up front, early.
Well, I did not bet Mystic Dan at 18-1, but I don't know. I wanted to ask you real quick how many Dans did you know that bet the horse just because Dan was in the name, right? You got to bet it somewhere. If your Dan is in your name, right? Don't you have to bet the horse?
100%, and that's usually pretty popular. That horse probably should have been a little bit higher, but as you mentioned, with such a popular name, Dan, even Dolphin fans with Dan Marino, I know a guy in Miami. He's like, Mystic Dan, how can you not bet that horse? So when you have a name like that with a popular name, it does get an extra attention, especially come Derby time.
No, I did take your advice. I only bet one horse, and I bet him to win, place, or show, and that was Sierra Leone, if I remember correctly. The name. Why isn't he in this race?
He's more. He had a pretty tough race. He had to maneuver to traffic, and they'll probably save him for the Belmont up in Saratoga this year. It's not actually at Belmont because Belmont's being renovated. They'll probably save him in about 3 weeks for the Belmont Stakes. That race is a little bit. I think it's a mile and an eighth this year, but he it's a little bit easier on him to come back. It's kind of tough for these horses to wheel back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I get it. This is the shortest of the three, though, of the majors of the Triple Crown. 3 and 1/16 miles. So as you talked about, speed is huge. 60% chance of rain Saturday night.
I saw that. It looks like a steady drizzle pretty much throughout the day. If you look back, I mean, Mystic Dan, he won the Kentucky Derby, but his best race came in Arkansas in the Southwest, and it was a downpour. He won by 8 lengths, so he's a mutter. He's not scared of the wet stuff.
And really interesting, he's looking to become Mystic Dan, to become the first horse since Justify 6 years ago in 2018 to win both the Derby and the Preakness. Man, wow, Justify seems like eons ago. But do you think he has a chance to do it?
No, he definitely has a good chance to do it. I mean, he gets a good post again, and like we mentioned before, it is a smaller field, and with any moisture on the track, I think it benefits him as well. He projects to sit a pretty good trip. We know BJ Hernandez did an excellent job in the Derby, where he just stayed in the inside and he waited, and that bull came up the rail, and boy, he took off like a nice.
Yeah, we lost Gus. His video was cutting in and out. See if we can. He's back. You there, Gus? Right? You can hear me.
Sorry, but yep, I got you.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, he's gonna be a short.
All right. The interesting in the twos in the two. We lost him again. We lost Gus again. The transporter machine. Scotty, get on that. I can't do it, Captain.
All right, you there?
I'm here. Yes, I hear. Yes, I hear you. I don't see you. I just hear you. That's okay. Are you there? You're floating in. You're going in and out of the space-time continuum. Sounds like you're turning your phone. Oh my God. Can you hear me now? No.
Oh, sorry about that. I hear you fine. I just saw I'm not in the video reason here. I kind of lost it.
Okay. I don't know if we can try to reconnect or we can just do it like this. That's fine. So you can't hear me, right? You can hear me. Don't think you can hear me either. Well, I was going to ask.
I'll try to reconnect here.
Okay. Let's do that. I'm going to try to. Was going to ask him about Uncle Heavy, which is a very unusual name in the 2 position, going off at 20-1, but a long shot that many people feel has the best jockey in the world, and which Gus talked about a couple of weeks ago with Rod Ortiz Jr. So that could be a big difference in that one as well. He's had 5 races with 3 wins. Has great closeout speed, great stamina. And I think in an 8-horse field, you got to put the long shot in. You have to. And so at least some of your slips, you have to. Because it's not a big field. And at 20-1, when you have the best jockey, arguably the best jockey, riding your horse, you got to think those are pretty good. Those are pretty good odds to at least maybe show. So that's big, especially if you're doing a whatever it is, box or you pick the Perfecta, 4 horses and stuff like that. Gus, you there? No. Well, hopefully we'll reconnect. We'll reconnect. People with that link on their phone are having a hard time, aren't they, Angel, overall? All right, we'll see if we can get him back. Meanwhile, a scoreboard update for the PGA Championship in Valhalla Golf Club in Louisville, Kentucky. Doug Gim is still on top, tied for first at 2 under through 7, along with Xander Schauffele, who was my pick to win it again, even though he hasn't played in a few weeks because he's been, being a daddy. I wonder how Buckner feels about that. Butker for the kicker for Kansas City. So he is there tied at -2, also with Rory McIlroy as well, and Victor Hovland. Oh, is he back? Oh, there, Gus is back. Gus, are you there? I
Sorry about that, guys.
All right, I can.
Little technical thing here.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, you're in your car. You're stationary.
Yes.
Okay, there you are. Look at So I was talking about Uncle Heavy going off in an 8-horse field. I mean, I'm going to put him. I'll probably do 3 or 4 mini bets, but Uncle Heavy will be in all of them in some way, shape, or form. In an 8-horse field, when you arguably have, you talked about him last week, Ortiz Jr., the best jockey, that's going to count for something. In an 8-horse field at 20-1, I'm loving that.
No doubt, he's a big price, and also if you look at his PPs, he's 2 for 2 when it's wet. He's undefeated on a wet track, so you got to upgrade him as well with that. And as you mentioned, I read Ortiz, top jockey in the country, maybe arguably in the world. With that number, I think definitely playable.
What is the difference between, a good jockey and a great jockey like Ortiz Jr. is? What can be the difference?
Basically, a good jockey, they have a clock in their head. Obviously, basically, if the race is going fast, they want to sit back because they know those horses are not going to last. And then also a good jockey can judge if the pace is pretty slow because then they'll be more forwardly placed. And it's going to make it tough for the horses coming from behind to catch them. So basically, the clock. Also, a top jockey will be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe take a seam that another jockey is kind of, a little bit resistant to do. I read Ortiz does problem with that. If he has a crease, he's going to take it, and he's aggressive, and he wins a lot of races that way.
Yeah, I can't wait. 8-horse field. Let's talk about the Tuscan Gold going off at 8-1 in the 8th slot. Chad Brown, horse, told he's had a lot of upside and grit.
No doubt. He was very impressive. He broke his maiden down here at Gulfstream Park this winter, and right after that maiden win, they took him right into the Louisiana Derby, where he finished 3rd behind Freedom that day. He had a lot of points, but he didn't have enough points to get to the Derby. But the connections always have pointed to this race, and he's a very dangerous horse. He's actually my top pick. I mean, they did it with cloud computing a couple years ago. And you remember a few years ago, Runbauer, which we had. He was the same way. He skipped the Kentucky Derby, came in fresh to the Preakness, and this horse is coming off a similar pattern. This horse has the pedigree to be good. I like this horse a ton.
So you're betting. So Tuscan Gold. Okay, I'm writing this stuff down. I'm the number 8.
with the morning line, with Muth not being there, he was the favorite. These prices down a little bit because it is an 8-horse field. I expect Mystic Dan to be the favorite, and then Catching Freedom to be the second choice. Probably about 5-2 for both of them, maybe 9-5 on Mystic Dan. So these prices will come down a little bit with the scratch of Muth.
Yeah, you just talked about Catching Freedom, who's in the 3 slot and winning the Louisiana Derby, and one of his assets, closer with a powerful late kick.
That's his MO. But I tell you what, he had every chance in the Kentucky Derby, and he didn't really kick it in like the other. So I think even the shorter distance here, a 16th of a mile, a little shorter, it might suit him a little better. It's really a positive sign for the connections to wheel him back. He seems to doing well. I talked to someone this morning that's at the track, saw him jog. He said he looks like he never lost any weight. Sometimes they lose weight off of a big race like that. This horse is looking good. I don't see him as a win candidate, but I can see him hitting the board again.
Yeah, it is interesting. So if you had to, right now give out the Quinella, right? Was that what it's called? 1-2, or now there's the Perfecta, the top 3 or the top 4, or is it 5? I lose all the I forget all the terms. I know win, place, and show, and after that it's like,
the exacta is 1-2. The trifecta is 1-2-3, and then you have the perfecta, which is 1-2-3-4. And then if you really want to get a little wild, you have the super high 5, which is 1-2-3-4-5.
And a $2 bet on the super high 5, you can win a lot of money. Can you not? Even in an 8-horse field, you can.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the superfecta for $1 in the Kentucky Derby paid over $8,000, and you had 2 of the favorites in there. 3. I mean, if you consider Forever Young, I think was the third choice. So you do have 3 other 4 favorites were in there. It still paid $8,000. So this pool won't be as big, but if you hit the try of the super, you're going to do well.
Yeah, I'm liking, even for somebody, that doesn't know a whole hill of beans about all these horses. If you're going to do $21 bets, why not take a chance? You might get lucky to do 20 different combinations, with the superfecta. And who knows? I mean, with an 8-horse field, you might get a little lucky. But how many? What's your strategy when it comes to an 8-horse field like this in a race like the Preakness? What specifically are you looking at, and how many different? I'm not going to ask how much, but how many different types of bets will you do? Did you do the exacta, the superfecta, the trifecta, or do you do all of them a little bit on each possibility?
Well, this kind of race here with an 8-horse field, I usually concentrate on the superfecta the most because it's the best payout. I mean, you get the most bang for your buck. And if I have a strong opinion on top, and I sprinkle a couple horses underneath. And like you said, you get a price horse, maybe like Uncle Harry to come in. That would really juice up the price. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, to me, as a betting person, I think the Kentucky Derby is the best bet all year in any sport because the value there is unbelievable. It is tough. There's no doubt. There's 20 horses. But anything you hit in the Derby, you're going to get paid if you're right. But this type of horse, this type of race, I might be a little more aggressive. I do like Tuscan Gold. I'll play him first and second, and I'll sprinkle in the other ones I like.
Again, Gus Alonso joining us, our great horse handicap, and also a great golfer, as is everybody in your family, it seems, as well. I'm looking at the PGA Championship right now, and I know, Victor Hovland just went ahead. He's on just about head to the 5th hole. He's 3 under right now over Doug Gim and Xander Schauffele. And Rory McIlroy, Matsuyama, they're both, and Robert McIntyre, they're all Jordan Spieth. Early on, they're 1 stroke back. Now on the Hard Rock app here in Florida, Gus, and I'm sure you. Brooks Koepka and Xander, we lose him again. Brooks Koepka and Xander Schauffele to win the championship. $5 pays back $33.75. We lost Gus again. Yeah, damn it. All right. Well, we had him for most of the good stuff, so that's good. All right, 727-858-6650. So for the record, I am going to go with Gus's prediction. I will take the 3-horse Catching Freedom, and I like Tuscan Gold. And my trifecta is going to be Uncle Heavy because at 20-1, that is going to be my 3. So I'm going to do. I think he likes Tuscan Gold first, right? Tuscan Gold. So 8, 3, and 2. 8, 3, and 2 are the horses that I am doing the trifecta on. And I'm sure I'll do 1 for 5. You know what I'll do, Angel? I'll do it the very scientific way. I'll put all 8 horses in a hat number-wise, and do 20 different $1 bets by drawing out of a hat randomly.
There you go.
Guarantee you better than any handicapping system you could ever want. I like what Gus said. The long shot Uncle Heavy in the mud is fantastic. He won the Wait for It Stakes on the track labeled Good in December, and he's one of the most interesting long shots, as we talked about, after a troubled trip in the Wood Memorial. He placed fifth after being forced wide for most of the race. But I'm going to go with Gus's instincts and his knowledge that he's a mutter. His mutter was a mutter.
Sure was.
Anywho. Oh, do we get him back again?
Might get the audio. Maybe the video. Well,
ding.
Yeah. Ding and gone.
Thank you, Don. All right, you're coming up in just a few minutes, right? With Defoe, Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. Am I correct?
See, we are coming up at 10 o'clock, and then there may be a schedule change for the following week, but we shall see. But yeah, Deep and I are coming up at 10 o'clock, unscripted as usual, where we'll say whatever just pops into the mind.
Well, that's great. I do want to give out a little public service announcement for the Florida Everblades. Now, they have to open up on the road tomorrow night at Adirondack, but they have put out a tweet. Come out to Hertz Arena tomorrow to watch the away game together with fellow Blades fans. You don't need tickets. Nothing. Just come on in. Seats are first come, first serve. So a watch party tomorrow night at Hertz Arena for the Everblades, which is that should be a lot of fun. Go out with a whole bunch of Blades fans, and I'm sure the concessions are going to be open, obviously, and they'll be on the big jumbotron. So that's always fun. You see in hockey, it's becoming more and more prevalent that you do this in the away arenas if available. When your team is on the road. So that's always fun. So that's great by the Everblades for doing that. So go out there. If you're a Blades fan, you want to be with other Blades fans tomorrow while you watch the game in Adirondack, Hertz Arena tomorrow night. Watch the away game together. No ticket purchase needed. Just stop by. Seats are first come, first serve. Great show, fellas. Gas Pump Guy, thank you. I'm not much into horse races, but Gus got me paying attention like I do. Yeah, I only pay attention to Gus. I love Gus, but I'm saying I only pay attention to horse racing 3 times a year. And it's fascinating. It's great. It's going to be a hell of a race. I think it's going to be great, and it's going to be interesting to see 8 horses and 60% chance of rain. So there you go.
What are the odds?
Yeah, there you go. What are the odds? No show tomorrow from me. And Angel's going to do some best of thing, whatever he wants to do, to put up there.
Tomorrow's going to be all Spanish, so I can throw everybody for a loop.
Gee. Oh my. Yeah. So whatever you want to do, you have carte blanche. You do it great. I know whatever you put out there from 7 to 10 is going to be just fine. Meanwhile. Yeah, people are out there wasting time. Win, loss. There's nothing bores me more. Win, loss for your team. Win, loss.
And you know what's going to happen anyways, because everybody who their hometown team, they're always going to say, oh yeah, they got 13 wins, 4 losses. Come on. And then what makes it bad is it's with the 6 a.m. show, followed by the 10 a.m. show, followed by the 2 in this show, and then the 6 o'clock show. And if you don't have it up there, we'll just run through the overnight.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Mia brought up earlier, Mia O'Brien, our guest earlier last hour, brought up the Jaguars and Jacksonville. So they unveiled their $1.4 billion stadium for the future proposal. $1.4 billion. The Jaguars, it'll cost their part $625 million. For the city of Jacksonville, $775 million.
Oh, that's it?
So this is something that we'll discuss with Riccoro next week, because he might have been involved in this. He's always involved with new stadiums and proposals and everything else. And it might seem like a lot of money. Normally, I used to be against this stuff where it costs the city, but you make that back in droves. If that renovation is going to get you a Super Bowl and other concerts or whatever, other sporting events, whatever it is, it's worth it. It's worth it. I know people don't like to use tax money for stadiums. I understand that. And to me, it's not a black or white issue or anything. There's a lot of gray area there, but it seems like a lot, $775 million. But you get the Super Bowl back there again in 5 years after the reservation, within 5 years, it will be worth it. You will get that money back in droves. There's no doubt about it. All right, Angel Martinez, I'm going to get out of here because I have to go get packed and fly to New England today to meet up Going to see my sister and brother-in-law first and the kids, and then see some friends I have not seen in like 25, maybe even 30 years. How old am I? 57. Holy crap. How can I be that old? Where did the time go? I just don't know. Unbelievable. But you're coming up next. Thanks so much for everything you do. Thanks, everybody, for listening. I definitely will be back on Monday morning at 7 a.m., and it's going to be one hell of a sports weekend, I can tell you that, between the PGA Championship, the Preakness, all the Stanley Cup and NBA playoffs, baseball, and a lot more. And we'll recap and preview all of it for you again coming on Monday on the Pete Sheppard Show at 7 a.m. as we always do it live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio here on the Riptide Media Network. Don't go anywhere, though, because Martinez and Defoe, Unscripted, coming up next right here on the Riptide Media Network. Have a great and safe rest of your Thursday, everybody. Bye-bye.
From this side and then more. Help us, someone, let us out of here. We're living here so long on the star, dreaming of the time we were free.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, so about 2 years ago I uploaded a video which asked a very simple question to you, the audience, which was, how was your day?
Ooh, yeah,
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads, both today and yesterday.
Oh, hi, how was your day? And I think,
I'm tired of being told what to do by people.
Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler.
Stop arguing. Arguing is just not worth it.
ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
I will be dancing until I see everyone go home in a box.
You know what I'm saying, dog? Like cats and dogs, it was raining. It wasn't raining, we were raving. And I don't know whether he was really saying it. And all he kept saying was eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat.
Yes, and good morning. It is Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. I am Angel Martinez. He is Jeff Defoe DeForest, and welcome to Eat, Sleep, Riptide, Repeat. And by the way, Facebook and YouTube, thanks to the gloriousness, what is a music license that is covered. But every day, you guys send me a thing saying that it is blocked in Budapest and God knows wherever else. But nonetheless, it's going to keep on playing because that's what we do to get you guys pumped up and energized as we come into the second half of the morning. The mid-morning show with myself and Defoe, and it was a crazy night in sports, and we got some horses that are coming up over the weekend, and we start off the day with Senor Jeff Defoe DeForest. Defoe, how are you, sir?
Angelito, man, it's good to be with you, my friend. Cease and desist. I always hate those words when they come across from some attorney serving you a subpoena, especially if you're doing a broadcast at the time. You always hate to be disturbed in the middle of the broadcast and realize, oh, there goes my whole fucking show. Right out the window. We can't talk about this thing anymore. But no, I mean, I'm feeling great. I really am. There's every night just the proverbial plethora of sporting activity going on, all of which is of great interest, and the speculation and all the different theories that are out there and the stories that go along with it. Part of what makes a sports fan being, just a great activity, and of course, get the pleasure of commentating on it along with you, Angel Martinez, now for a couple of hours every day here on Riptide Media, which is great. But I guess, I don't know, you think anybody tunes in to hear me sing, Angel Martinez? Because what was great was, where did you dig up the video? I didn't even know they had video back then. It wasn't popular when I was bar mitzvahed. I mean, you had the dance scene from my bar mitzvah party. 60 years ago it would have been 60 freaking years ago. Can you imagine?
Man,
And they were just partying like that. It was great. So congratulations on digging that up. But with the NBA, this song comes to mind, and it brings up something interesting, I guess, about music in general or popular songs. See where you stand on this. But I was thinking last night after the games, I can see clearly now. You know that song?
Yeah, sure do.
All right, so what's the next line of that song? This is very much a problem for me, like with the Canadian national anthem. And now there's a pretty solid shot. There will be a Canadian team in the Stanley Cup final. You have Edmonton and Vancouver squaring off. So one of them is going to make it to the Western Conference Finals. And then if that happens, you're going to be hearing a lot of the Canadian anthem. If you watch the Stanley Cup Finals, no matter who comes out of the East, you're going to have to hear the dueling anthems. Are you a fan of dueling anthems at a sporting event where they just finished the national anthem and they go, and now representing Budapest, right? You're like at a Don King fight all of a sudden. But do you know the next line of that song? I can see clearly now, because it's very much like the Canadian national anthem where everybody knows some baritone's going to belt out, "Oh, Canada."
Yeah.
What the fuck is the next line of that song? Does anybody know?
I
It's ba 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 ba.
On.
Huh? God Save the Queen? What's involved there? I'm not even sure.
Oh, the one from Canada? I have no idea.
There you go. All right. So what is the next line? In I can see clearly now. Yeah. What? Oh, the rain is gone. That's it.
Yep. I can see obstacles.
It's that simple. Why can't I think of it?
Yeah.
It's true too. You don't ever hear a guy with like a high pitched voice doing the Canadian national anthem, do you? It's always a baritone. It's always a guy that is, somewhat. Approaching morbidly obese. It looks like he had to have a shoehorn to put the tuxedo on. He comes out on the carpet they lay over the ice, and immediately you see with the overhead camera that he's failed at various attempts to help his hair grow back using a variety of different systems. but the guy's got like a giant voice. It's incredible. So I don't know. I mean, would you root for or against a Canadian team being in the Stanley Cup Finals if you have to hear two anthems before every game? I know you're all in on America, having served in the military, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. Actually, I don't mind because here, obviously, when the Lightning were on their roll, we would hear it twice. And it was a young guy who was here from the Tampa region because they couldn't get someone to come in from Toronto to sing the Canadian national anthem.
Did he fit the description though? Was he a little bit overweight at least, and thinning hair, and a big voice too, big ballsy voice?
Yeah, no, this was a younger black guy.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah, he had to be at least in his mid-20s, but did an excellent job with the Canadian anthem. But no, I think I've come so accustomed to it that it doesn't bother me, because even when the Rays are playing and if the Blue Jays are here, it's the same thing. You hear it twice, so I'm used to it.
You're okay with that? Yeah, I used to do a lot of boxing matches, and then if Don King was involved in a promotion, there was a chance you might hear like up to 4 or 5 national anthems being played. And now from Tijuana, you're like, what? They do weddings and bar mitzvahs, these cats. And anytime there's a Cinco de Mayo party, you might see them show up there with a mariachi band. All right, so I can see clearly now that the NBA is all about Chalk Angel Martinez. I don't know how you feel about this. Now, we cast a very dark shadow over the Florida Panthers the other day when we declared that they were probably in the strongest position of any team to win the Stanley Cup. And then right after that, they lost to the Boston Bruins. Now everybody's in a freaking panic down here. And a lot of people are just sitting on the fence because they don't know what's going to happen. This game is tomorrow night, Panthers and the Bruins. And again, I mean, in the NHL, you have crazy stuff goes on where teams come back from the grave, like Carolina's trying to do against the New York Rangers, which... Yep. Would you be nervous about that if you were, wearing a Rod Gilbert jersey right now around Times Square and thinking about, grabbing something to eat? Would you be at all nervous about the Hurricanes coming back and actually winning the series against the New York Rangers, who have been cursed with having won the President's Trophy, which means that there's a strong likelihood that they will not go on and win the Stanley Cup?
I know. How bizarre is that, though? Any team that's won the President's Trophy never goes on. They never go on to win it. I mean, like Celine Dion, my heart will go on. Well, the Rangers probably won't at this point.
It's probably like these upcoming debates where you've got like this one maniac and the other guy doesn't know what day it is. So I don't know what we're going to gain from that in terms of making a choice there, but yeah, it's sort of insane. I mean, the back and forth nature of it. I mean, where would you be coming from? A lot of fans. We used to say back in Brooklyn, you were scared. You were scared. Are the fans scared? I mean, to actually boldly step up and say, "Hey, you know what? Bullshit. There's no way Boston's winning Game 6 of this series. This thing is going to be the Panthers waiting for the winner of the Rangers and Carolina." And yet, I mean, it seems like there's trepidation on both sides. Even usually, the very brazen New York media is suggesting, "Uh-oh, we better start worrying." They were up 3-0, Angel.
Sure were.
3-0.
They
This was
sure were.
zippity doo-dah, man. I mean, where are we going to go while we have a few days off before we have to get back to practice? And next thing you know, your backs are against the wall there, and there are people facing you, and they've got, unfortunately, ammunition aimed right in your face. So, yeah, it was fascinating all the way. But I think in the NBA, are we not seeing a clear path? This is a clear path foul, Angel Martinez. Are we not seeing a clear path of the Chalk to meet in the NBA championship round? And that would be, even though they weren't the top seed, number 2 seed there, and whatever tiebreaker they were knocked down to number 2 on. I think it was conference play or something. The Denver Nuggets, have they not emerged again as the favorite to be in the finals? And it appears clear cut that the Boston Celtics are going to make their way there, beat a compromised. And once again, look at the line makers in this game. 15 and a hook is a spread.
Yep.
They win by 15. You back the Cavaliers with a bunch of scrubs in there, 3 key players out, including Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen, obviously, and they lost their key guy off the bench. Wouldn't you have laid any number of points in that game, Angel Martinez?
Right. Yeah,
And yet they hit it right on the head. I mean, you're living and dying to the final buzzer in a game that otherwise was a blowout. That's the beauty of gambling. But it does appear they're on their way and probably superior to what's been a very unsteady performance by the Pacers. Every reason to have won this series against the Knicks already. And the New York Knicks, who it doesn't matter what you do to them, they seem to find a way to get back to playing whatever it is that is their game.
Yep, it is. But if no one, I mean, Boston was on a mission. They've been on a mission. Second-year head coach, want to get back to the finals if at all possible. He definitely wants to get back there. But you look at, I mean, Boston, Cleveland.
Don't they lay over either of those two teams, though? I mean, when you're just looking at it, I don't know that they're so great. I mean, we've seen them vulnerable. They keep blowing the second game of the series to teams that are badly outclassed in terms of personnel. But I mean, it just seems like they're much better than either the Knicks or the Pacers at this stage.
Yeah, they are. I would think so. I mean, a whole lot better. And the Knicks, I mean, granted, again, Brunson is playing lights out for sure, but he's injured. We know that it's been a long season, and in the Knicks, some of the bench has been banged up as well. But if it comes down to Boston Knicks, you would have to give it to Boston to make it into represent the Eastern Conference and at least the East side of the NBA. I would see it. The more, I think, challenging stuff is coming over from the West Coast side or the West Conference, what's over there. But Boston, if Cleveland gave them a run, but Boston is a whole lot better than Knicks.
You would think, man. I can't stop. Every time you speak of the Knicks, Angel Martinez, I get this image in my head of Tom Thibodeau, who, I mean, he looks like he's in worse shape than that guy Navalny, the anti-Putin guy that they whacked in the Russian prison.
Yeah.
When they poisoned him in Germany and they were carting him off the track there, and you got like a little shot of Navalny's face, and you were thinking, man, what the fuck did they do to this guy? But Thibodeau looks like that all the time, man. When he comes into the garden and he's saying hello to Joe, the security guard who's been there for 74 years, it's like, hey, Tommy, how you doing? He has that look on his face. Like he, is hoping that sometime in the very near future he pukes up whatever it is that's upsetting his stomach. He does look wild. I give the Knicks this, and I was a Knicks fan growing up as a kid. I was a diehard Knicks fan. That kind of attachment and interest in the Knicks dissipated a long time ago because I moved around the country. Obviously, been living in Florida for a long time. Was in Los Angeles before that, and my heart was no longer, totally with Red Holtzman and those great Knicks teams of the late 60s, early 70s. But I was a Knicks fan when they sucked. which I guess, I don't know. Is it possible to say that that's been most of the time? They're like 50 years without a championship, these cats. Unbelievable. And it's not like they didn't have some chances in there. I mean, they got that rigged draft with Patrick Ewing. They had Bernard King on their roster for many years, and yet still haunted to this day, Angel Martinez, by the 1994, 30 years ago. And coincidentally, the Rangers were also making a run at that time. So it was back-to-back nights at the Garden. You had the Rangers, you had the Knicks, you had the Knicks, you had the Rangers. And the fans were going nuts. And, New York City always embraces – they tend to be interested in their teams anyway, but they, are just more than happy to be overwhelmingly in tune with any team that's winning. So when you get both of them going at the same time, but to this day, you had a very similar parallel there because Thibodeau's roster badly compromised, and you'll remember. I mean, the Knicks ended up getting bounced out of the playoffs that year because John Starks, who was a great Pat Riley discovery, Riley decided he had some kind of issue with Rolando Blackman, so he wouldn't put him into the game, even though Starks was 0 for 11 from three-point range and shot 2 for 18 for the contest. And Riley, to this day, maintains that this was the biggest coaching mistake of his lifetime, which I don't know that he made a whole lot of mistakes because he had some pretty good teams, didn't he? And he was able to, do well with teams that weren't exactly laced with talent because he won 50 games when his best player was an aging Anthony Mason. So, this doesn't come around lightly, but we're seeing the same thing where Thibodeau never played this guy Burks, right?
Right.
Are you watching this guy's contribution the last 3 games? Pretty incredible. And then forced to do so because of the team's roster being so badly compromised by injury. This guy comes out there and he's a second coming of Pete Maravich. Never mind Caitlin Clark. So it's been pretty wild. But I don't think they have I'm with you, Angel. I don't think they have the horsepower to beat the Boston Celtics in a series. Maybe that's makes me a chalk playing loser. But as I said, I can see clearly now the chalk is going to prevail in the NBA. It's hard not to see Denver taking on the Boston Celtics, which if you had predicted that, I guess at the beginning of the season, you wouldn't have been deemed as being a lunatic. I mean, that seemed like it was obvious before the season even started, didn't it?
It did. It very much did. I mean, you got to see it, even though it seemed like Denver was going to be written off, but obviously they're bouncing back, well enough over the Timberwolves. So I would think you would have to see that as a final. I mean, that'd be, I still think you'll pull in the viewers between the Celtics and Denver because they are not only both utterly exhausted, but almost on an even keel, both offensive and defensively for both teams. But I think that would draw more than Timberwolves, let's say Celtics, more than anything else. But I can see that for sure.
It's looking that way. I mean, it didn't when Denver was down 0-2, and that would have been a lot more difficult and a much more bold prediction. I thought they were finished. These young upstart teams, it's interesting because young upstart teams in the NBA, don't they always have to kind of knock on the door? Where we saw that going way back in the Magic Jordan Bird era where, and Isaiah Thomas finally get in on the action there with the Detroit Pistons, the bad boy Pistons, but they had to knock on the door a couple of times, maybe once, twice, and they couldn't quite get to the point where they were able to capture the championship. And then after being there a couple of times, they end up winning it. Is that maybe what's happening? I was surprised to see. And by the way, Luka Doncic, unbelievable game again. And did you catch this pass? It was one of the highlight plays on the top 10 plays, which it had to be. Did you catch this like 3/4 court pass that Doncic threw? I think it was Lively, had a slam dunk at the other end of this.
Yeah.
And wow, I mean, what a thing of beauty. And you're saying that to have that kind of precision like that, it's a guy that doesn't look like an athlete. I mean, by basketball standards, he looks like Butterbean Ash, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
Good comparison.
He could have boxing gloves on, this guy, and still be making shots. It's really incredible. So, I saw an interview. There's a show on FanDuel TV, which I can't imagine that you're watching a lot of, Angel, since it's mostly a horse racing channel. And they had an interview, though. They have a show called Run It Back with Michelle Beadle, who used to be an ESPN host and then was hosting major NBA productions on ABC before somehow she fell into disfavor. And, they ended up parting ways with They put her like on an entertainment show. Are you familiar with Michelle Beadle, a longtime sportscaster?
Yeah.
And yeah, so you wonder sometimes what happens to these people. So she's resurfaced with an NBA show that's actually it's low key. It's not a lot of screaming, but it's very informative and well done. And one of the guys on there is this guy Chandler Parsons, who he's best known for scoring like one of the more ridiculous contracts in NBA history for his value to the team. And he ended up making like $94 million back when that was a lot of money in the NBA just wild, insane money in the NBA. And, now he's doing this commentary. But he's friends. He played, I guess, part of his career for the Mavericks when Mark Cuban owned the team. And he had Cuban on an interview on this program. And Cuban was very forthright, but he was extremely confident that the Dallas Mavericks were going to be legitimate contenders to make their way possibly into the Western Conference Finals, even though they came in as the 5th seed. And I remember being impressed that, Cuban is making sense here. And the Mavericks finished the regular season very strongly. I think they were like 12-2 in their last 14 games. So does it come as any surprise in your estimation, Angel Martinez, that they find themselves now on the threshold of moving on to the conference championship round? Because everybody thought, Oklahoma City was ready, primed and ready to go. They're making, they literally, they pounded Holmgren last night. this guy looked like the guy that's in the, I sent you that clip of the worst fighter ever, the worst boxer ever.
Yep.
Is he not the worst boxer ever, that guy, Joe Smith? Did you watch this thing?
Yeah, he was horrible. It was a matter of like 15 seconds. If that was horrendous. If he ever
that took place in your hometown, actually. That took place at the Sun Dome in Tampa, Florida. Schlitz Malt Liquor Fight Night was the name of the series, and when you're doing these kind of shows, you get bouts sometimes that you weren't anticipating seeing at all, and there's no way necessarily to know all of the fighters. There are late substitutions and things like that. It's not overwhelmingly chaotic, but things change during the course of the broadcast depending on the length of the bouts. The first bout, you get a first-round knockout. All of a sudden, they're thrown in a fight that wasn't scheduled. So we had no idea what to expect from this guy. We had seen the other guy once because he had fought. He was one of the house fighters there. He was part of the Phil Alessi promotion team and managed by Phil Alessi, who was don't you see Alessi products? Are they still not on every table in Tampa? Alessi, if you're in an Italian restaurant, you got all kinds of Alessi stuff sitting there, like all of the condiments that are stacked in there, the olive oil, the pesto. Isn't it all Alessi? No?
No, I haven't seen it.
Guy was a boxing promoter of some significance actually in the Tampa area for many years and around the world. But anyway, so he had this house fighter in there. We had no idea what to expect from that. And then the guy gets in there. Imagine it was hysterical to watch the style of this Joe Smith. And here's what's a little bit troubling about the whole thing, Angel Martinez. And you know how this is. If you click on something, all of a sudden your email and every source that you have of communication, incoming communication, is just inundated, entrenched, ensconced in messages relating to the thing that, like, God forbid you should click on something about a loan.
Yeah. Yep.
Every loan shark is down is calling you. It's insane. But it's funny because I clicked on this so I could send it to you. And then it started just showing up in other streams that other guys were sending this particular clip out. But that was a total annihilation and an embarrassment. And that's what they did to Holmgren last night. They treated him like he was that guy. Did they leave bruises on this guy's body? It was really an overwhelming display of surprising defensive prowess by the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, they must have fight. The way it looked, and you said it before, is that with OKC, everybody thought, even I thought, okay, well, OKC has been kind of a dark horse, and they seemed like they were going to take one away from Dallas and Mark Cuban, but Dallas has been experienced enough, I think, within the last couple of seasons to be able to bounce back. But I would imagine when he left out of there, he probably had what's that wrap that's around your chin when you kind of gnaw your jaw up there a little bit. That's what OKC might have looked like when they left the floor last night.
Yeah, it definitely took some blows. And it leads me to believe now. This is where we've been wrong, though, Angel Martinez, and this is where it gets into a higher degree of difficulty because by everything you saw in last night's game, you would have to assume that Dallas wins that home game and wraps up the series, knocks out Oklahoma City, the number one seed in the West, the upstart team there, and it gives them a little bit of a spanking at a time where I don't know that they were exhibiting the same kind of braggadocio type of approach that the Minnesota Timberwolves were, where you had Anthony Edwards kind of taunting Murray and the Denver Nuggets after they had lost the two games on their home wood. And I don't normally get too heavily into that sort of thing as having any overwhelming significance, but it seemed like maybe it did because Denver really stuck it to him there in game number 5. And you would have to think that we're going to see both of these upstart teams bounce down to the playoffs. So can you see it clearly? I mean, did we make any case there, Angel Martinez, for the Denver? I mean, it doesn't take any kind of a great fortitude to predict Denver and Boston in the finals here. But did we make a case for that being a clear path that has been mowed down and laid down at this point? Boston already into the finals in the East.
Yeah, no, I think so. I couldn't see why not. Why it couldn't be that way. I mean, it's Denver. I don't see them losing, even if Dallas moves on with this series. I mean, I don't see it. I was thinking it would end up being in there, but Boston to me is they've been on a mission. I think we all saw it during the pregame, even during the summer league series when they knew where they got to last year and they want to finish it up. If the Bruins can do it, and nothing's saying that the Bruins aren't done either, because the Bruins are still fighting for their playoff lives. To me, Boston, I mean, it's going to be a hell of a series if it comes down to Denver and Boston, and it could go all 7 for that matter. But I could see Boston winning it all.
You can, all right. I might book that bet, Angel Martinez. I don't know what kind of a price I've got to lay. I would imagine that most people see them evolving into the championship round because it doesn't appear that the Knicks would have the manpower to sustain. Although, I mean, who are these guys that are coming off the Boston bench, man? I mean, holy Danny Ainge, what are we looking at here? A bunch of nondescript white guys that you wouldn't even believe if you were sitting in a bar with these guys. You wouldn't even believe it if they said, hey, you know what? A guy asks, some hot chick says, what do you do for a living? And the guy says, I'm on the Boston Celtics. She gets up and tells him to go bleep himself. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You rarely see that. It's funny to talk about, but it's true. It's funny.
Who are these guys? These white guys off the bench?
I don't know.
Pritchard and all of these other cats. I mean, and then they come in there and they actually do something.
They do.
Doogie Howser or whatever the guy's name is. I mean, where'd they get these guys?
I don't know, but they've got themselves a loaded bench, though. That's for sure. I mean, Boston has been very, very quiet. I think their G League has been putting up some good numbers as well. But I don't know where they got these guys from. I mean, they were smart. I mean, they're
some basketball scrap heap, man. I mean, these look like if you were going to have like a group photo of NBA bag ladies, it would be the bench for the Boston Celtics. And yet they would hold a huge advantage and edge over the New York Knicks in terms of number of bodies they can throw into the rotation in any kind of series, even a potential 7-gamer, which wouldn't the immediate odds be in favor of Boston in 5 if the Knicks close out the Indiana Pacers?
I would think so.
Boston in 5, I would think, would be the number one choice, maybe 6. All right, a lot of stuff. You mentioned hockey. I want to get into that a little bit with you, Angel Martinez, because there's a whole mentality issue going on with regard to Florida Panther fans and their approach and their psyche going into this Game 6 tomorrow night against the Boston Bruins. And then we mentioned New York fans. I mean, there are several that have already booked trips to the Empire State Building's highest levels because they're thinking about jumping if there is a Game 7 that is forced by the Carolina Hurricanes, who were dead and buried. They were finished. Holy Dean Smith. They were buried deeper than old Dino is in Carolina, and nonetheless, they find themselves in a situation where they could even up that series tonight. And I don't know why. I'm anticipating that, Angel Martinez. What do you think? I think this one goes to the 7th game, And then, as they say, it's a coin flip. But I would think maybe the Rangers muster up enough after the season they had to somehow pull out a Game 7. No, is that the way it's going to play out? Are we way off on that?
No, I don't think so. I can see it going to 7 games for sure, a Game 7, and who knew? Carolina did look like at one point or another it was going to be done, no matter what. That's exactly what it ended up looking like. But who? I guess who knew? But the Rangers looked like they were the same too. They were on a mission. We've seen it for the past couple of seasons. Even when the Lightning down here were winning back-to-back Stanley Cups. I just don't know what it is with the Rangers, and yet alone that curse alone with that President's Trophy.
How far has that gone back? Where the President's Trophy winner does 0 when it comes to the postseason?
Pretty far back at this point.
Like first round elimination, second. And how many years does it span? We'll have to check that out. We'll get the research department on that. That'll be great. Which, by the way, you're the research department too, Angel.
Yes.
You're the freaking Library of Congress when it comes to this show. It's great. All right. We'll get into this hockey thing because I had an interesting conversation with the guy that does the color analysis on the local or regional telecasts here. You've probably seen them if you've seen Panther games over in Tampa on Bally Sports, Florida. Red Deer Randy Moeller, one of the real characters. In fact, he was doing the games on the radio. He's a play-by-play guy, and he sort of developed his own little pop culture following from throwing pop culture references into his hockey calls. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but yeah, he had some interesting things to say. Naturally, he's a diehard Panther guy. But interesting things to say about the series, so we can share some of that too. And this is one of those ones where you have to make a call if you're in this racket. Seems like, right?
Yeah.
Is it okay to just say, "Look, I have no freaking idea what's going to happen in this game"? That doesn't sell. Our advertisers would be upset, if that's the way we approached every ball game, Angel. But let's hope that the ice is not an issue there. And you know what? They could avoid any kind of problem with concerns about the quality of it, condition of it, if they were using the purified water that came out of the Palm Beach water purification system.
Yeah. No, that's for sure. And as I had something that came urgently in, I want to make sure that was well taken care of. No, but that's the thing. Well, you figured even with the Carolina Hurricanes, if they could, I'm pretty sure they could bottle stuff up. I would take a tank, though, Defo. I would take a tank of the Palm Beach water purification system, shake it up a little bit, and just pour it on, the Carolina Hurricanes. Because at this point, they're riding pretty good. They're riding the Palm Beach water purification wave here for their whole house, even their own stadium. If they're ideal and if they want filtered water throughout anywhere,
you're really selling this stuff, man. You've picked it up. Yeah.
Anywhere,
this is no exaggeration being portrayed by Angel Martinez about the quality of the product here.
Not at all. Not at all. But if they're running appliances, like they're obviously in the locker room machines, in the dishwashers, anywhere over there at Carolinas. But even if they only want filtered water from the sinks in their homes, over a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed to maintain, because a whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach water purification will reduce or totally remove the contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, also provide you or actually give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine and allowing you to breathe easier by removing chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call South Florida's top rated water guys and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337, 561-801-7337, or visit them online at pbwaterpure.com. That's pbwaterpure.com. Make sure you tell them that D4 Night send you, get 10% off. And who knows, they might even invite you to a Carolina Hurricanes game and give you a whole tank full of this Palm Beach water purification lifestyle.
All right, that sounds good. All right, before we throw to this break, should we issue a challenge out there to any caller that can sing not the first line, but the first and second lines of the Canadian national anthem and correctly get the lyrics to the second line, which I am convinced it goes, "Oh, Canada, it's fucking cold outside." Now, what do you think? I mean, we don't know. I mean, if I heard the second line, I would probably recognize it as being the correct second line. But if you want, should we put that challenge out there? I mean, what would be the number if people were going to call in on this thing?
Sure, they can. They can do it at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Canada.
Oh, Canada.
It's my home of something.
Home of the free and the... No, that's us. Home of the free and the brave, land of the free and the brave. Come on, Angel. Getting people confused there.
Joe, I thought line 2 was, it's mighty fucking cold, LOL.
Yeah. I mean, I would think something along those lines would be more appropriate than whatever the hell it really is. But anybody that can sing that for us, we don't have a prize, but you have the distinction of being the person who, passed the audition here on Unscripted with Angel and Defo. All right. We'll let these guys mull over whether they want to take a shot at this thing, Angel, and come back. Talk some more about the sporting world.
That indeed.
Coming up.
Yeah. So we'll be right back after these fine messages.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. It is Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. I am Angel Martinez. He is Jeff Defoe DeForest here live. At least, today, tomorrow. We'll see what happens from there. There's a lot of schedule changes that may be happening. Who knows? I don't know. We just, we do things around here the best we possibly can. But nonetheless, it's always a great time to spend.
There's a cloud of mystery over every organization that you're affiliated with lately, Angel Martinez. And I can say, that I've experienced a large amount of that throughout my lifetime as well, because there was always like a dark cloud hovering over anybody that was in this racket, as bright as your star might have been shining. Now, what happened with this weather Armageddon yesterday? What was the end result? Because I could sense not necessarily a really mild sense of panic in your, in the way that you were expressing yourself about the situation. But whatever happened? Nothing.
No, thankfully nothing. We got some rain out of it, which was definitely needed, which was good. But thankfully nothing. See, the hurricanes, like you said yesterday, that stuff, at least they kind of give you a forewarning what ends up happening.
Yes.
Minus the one from 2 years ago where all of a sudden took a crazy dramatic turn into Fort Myers. But the tornadoes, what makes it so bad. And again, because if we weren't that far off the Gulf, it wouldn't be as bad. But when the stuff comes off, it as much as I know. When it comes to the summer storms, even though you're on the east side here of Florida, when it comes off, because we get the southwest winds that shift here in the summertime, they come packing a punch.
Yeah.
And you just worry about flying objects coming through, because that's the other thing too. I don't understand down here in Florida. How is it, Defoe, that they didn't, when the homes were constructed, first of all, they know it was built on a swamp, number one, but how weren't the homes regulated to double panel safety, ultra glass protected hurricane windows, where they're like, no, we'll just give you single pane and you deal with it.
It's called under the table payouts, my friend. That's the way that gets accomplished. Yeah. We're going to build these things with balsa wood. Okay, great. All right. You see the two guys having dinner at Burns Steakhouse. They're the commissioner and or whoever, the guy that was doing the inspections, and the builder just happen to be really good friends. So that comes up and that happens. But no, I'm glad you're okay. Out of all of that. And yeah, that sounded like a lot of problems. I mean, you had that flagpole thing the day before, and then this, and then all of this turmoil that was going on in the Arena League, and you never know. I mean, the status of the show and all of that stuff. I mean, it's just, it can drive you crazy. It really can. Even if you're in the most secure of situations. All right. So you brought this up, and I mentioned I had a conversation about it with one of the analyst for the Florida Panthers broadcast team, the great Red Deer Randy Muller, has been around a long time, played in the NHL. He was a first-round draft pick, I believe. Some Western Canadian team drafted him number 1 overall. Might have been Edmonton, could have been, but whatever. And he was in the league for a long time. Really knows his stuff. And this is the thing. I mean, a tenet of broadcasting would be, especially if you were doing a sports talk show. Not sure. I mean, today you just start screaming. And, then somebody else on the panel starts screaming the opposite, and the two people start screaming to the stage where you can't understand what anybody's saying, right? That's the old Stephen A. Smith School of Broadcasting now. When him and Russo get together, can you determine anything about what's actually being said? Chris Mad Dog Russo, who's now become kind of a regular, I guess, on Stephen A. Smith. When I get done broadcasting here with you, I'll head downstairs. Often my TV is already affixed to ESPN because, you're trying to get scores and stuff or whatever before you start broadcasting, which in my case, you're up at like 5 in the morning doing this. I started about a quarter to 8. So, I'm up about 6:30 and trying to get some scores and everything. So you come downstairs, and that's where I end up catching. You'll see like Russo and Stephen A. Smith, and they're just screaming at each other. You mentioned this thing about the tornado. Isn't that kind of like your ex-wife shows up at the wedding when you're about to marry the young, voluptuous 25-year-old that you were cheating on her with? And then there she is, just like a projectile through the window. She shows up and lets everybody know what a creep you really are. No, but I mean, it's unexpected. You're not anticipating having to deal with these kind of things. But anyway, as it applies to this whole thing with the Florida Panthers, people are scared here. because nobody likes to get caught after they had a big lead in a series, and then the stats start coming out that no team has ever come back from 3-1, and no team has ever come back from 3-0, and you get all of this stuff. No team has ever come back after they lost the first couple at home, and all of these things are applicable, not just to the game tonight with Carolina and the Rangers, but then tomorrow night. And I don't know. I didn't see anything. Now, the problem is for the Florida Panthers that I think on this show, much like I told you, play the Pacers on the money line the other night against the Knicks and they lose by 30. I really thought after watching the Panthers win the 3 straight against the Boston Bruins that they looked like the team that should be favored to win the Stanley Cup, no? And then they lose like a tight game. It wasn't like, either team really was overwhelmingly superior in that game. It could have gone either way. You had a couple of great saves by Swayman at the end. That's hockey. And so why is it that people are almost compulsive in their belief that somehow this series is going 7 games and may even be going Boston's way? I don't know where you stand on that.
With the Bruins, I thought the Panthers at the rate that they were going in the first series, and the way they start off, even with Boston, they were just going to be, I want to say, a 4-0 sweep. I would expect 5 games out of it at the rate that they were going, but Boston has found a way to come back. They're going to play tomorrow night at TD Garden to try and keep extending the series and bring it back to Sunrise for 7. But I thought that Boston maybe was gassed out. That's the way they looked at it. And all of a sudden, they show signs of life. Maybe it was a sucker punch to Marshland. End up doing it. Whatever it was, it woke up the Boston Bruins and kind of almost putting the Panthers somewhat to sleep. But I think that's going to be probably the most intriguing of games coming up this weekend.
It's been, you had the 2 blowouts there. That was the weird thing about the series so far is that the Panthers were able to just push Boston right into the right into the ocean off of Cape Cod when they were up in Beantown playing those games. They annihilated them. It was kind of interesting. I had a conversation too, and we were trying to see if Red Deer Randy Moeller of the broadcast team was anywhere near enough, because he used to be positioned sometimes. He would be like the guys that you see on the network broadcast where they have enough wherewithal so they can actually put somebody like down there on the ice by the bench. And who's the former goalie? Darren Pang. Yeah. He's a guy. He's always down there by the bench. This guy, and imagine the size of goalies back then. This guy was like a goalie in the NHL. He looks like he came out of a Volkswagen in the circus. I mean, compared to the size of these guys today, unbelievable how they have, exponentially grown in terms of what they put in there in the pipes. But did you see this thing? And I have never so badly misjudged anybody that I've been making observations about in 50 years I've been doing this, Angel Martinez. We were so wrong about the personality, the persona, and what was going to be projected by the Panthers coach, Paul Maurice. And I think I mentioned this to you before. We had labeled him as the French Joe Philbin. A personality challenge coach. We were talking about this yesterday, I guess, about Todd Bowles fits the category, although Bowles is like Don Rickles compared to what Joe Philbin was in terms of outgoing persona. But we thought Paul Maurice, he came in, his credentials were kind of weird. He's been in the league a long, long time. And yet he is the losingest coach in the history of the NHL. He's up there in terms of lifetime wins also, but I believe he is the losingest coach. I think that may have also been approaching truth. Is it possible that Don Shula was among the more losing coaches because of his longevity in the league? That he had as many losses as anybody in addition to being the all-time winningest coach, which will Belichick ever get over that in your estimation? Does Belichick go to sleep at night putting pins in a voodoo doll, a bobblehead of Don Shula?
I think so.
He's that close, and nobody would give him a job. How does the man feel?
I know. I think I even mentioned it to Pete a while back, a couple months ago. Matter of fact, I was saying, like, how in the world? Because that's what he was chasing after. First of all, and this is just me.
How is he not coaching the Falcons, for God's sake? Wasn't that the thing?
I don't know. That to me, that was absolutely insane. But to me, I would say personally, I do not want Don Shula's record broken by Bill Belichick. Whether
It
he
won't
will
be.
or not,
He's not getting another job, I don't think. I don't think he will want one after broadcasting for. Who would, other than Bill Cowher, who seems like he's a candidate for every job, even though he hasn't coached since Newt Rockney was alive. My God.
Good Lord, that's a way
But
back.
this Paul Maurice thing, did you see him? I wish we had been privy to whatever it was he was saying. You could read lips a little bit. I don't think there was a single Panther player on the bench that he didn't tell to go fuck himself because he was trying to inspire them. And then they scored like shortly after that. But if you saw the way this guy kind of was introduced to the South Florida sports landscape, you would have never seen him do that. He did that once before, and also got the same result, where a lackluster performance by the Panthers all of a sudden got turned up to unbelievable proportions, and they went out there and made a game of it. But it wasn't good enough to get him out of this one. So, I mean, am I sitting on a fence here, Angel Martinez? I wouldn't know what to tell you about this Game 6. I could see it being a Panther blowout just as easily as I could see Boston celebrating and just dancing on the helmet of Sergei Bobrovsky as they take this thing back to South Florida for Sunday Game 7.
Yeah, I don't know. I would think to me the Panthers have no other choice but if they figure out they got to close it out in Sunrise. That's the way they have to look at it. And if they don't, then they have bigger issues. But I would think Boston, it's got the momentum going their way. Unless we're going tied. I don't care if it's 2-2 at the end of the second. Going to the third, then you're almost looking at a bloodbath on the ice because then it's a battle of the fittest coming to the third. But Panthers have to look at this, either close it out or it comes to Game 7, Boston's taking it.
So Moeller tells me that one of the reasons that the Panthers have been so effective is their discipline, right? And as he's saying that, I'm picturing Matt Tkachuk, flying off the bench there, no stick in hand. He gets Pasternak and a flying head scissors worthy of the old competitor in professional wrestling, Eduardo Carpentier, the flying Frenchman, who was known for this move. This is before your time, but there were two guys that were able to execute the flying head scissors, Antonino Rocca and Eduardo Carpentier. And if you look them up in the annals of wrestling history, I think you'll find that they rank very highly in the opinion of most. Anyway, so Tkachuk does this. He comes flying out there. He puts the guy in the head scissors, Pasternak, and then he's beating the shit out of him. And I'm thinking, yeah, of course, it's been the discipline that's been doing it. I mean, it's been chaos that has also accompanied this series, but that's very typical of the NHL. Anyway, yeah, we won't ask you again, Angel, to explain what constitutes goalie interference because we really don't know the answer to that. I'll give you one though. What I mean, in your opinion, what is the most worthless televised? I mean, never mind cornhole and the things they had to stoop to during the COVID period where there were no sports going on, and all of a sudden you're watching two fat guys chucking bean bags at a hole in the ground, and you're thinking, really, this is on ESPN? Oh, it's also on ABC. Look at that, because it was starved for any kind of sporting activity, but. You have all these inactive events that have become televised sporting spectaculars, including, I mean, maybe none worse than the NBA draft lottery show. Did you ever find yourself compelled to watch that?
Never.
And I mean, even if your team was involved in the run for the number one overall pick, it still was hard to watch, wasn't it?
It was.
There was nothing to it, right? No action, nothing.
There isn't. It's just you're watching a machine, bounce around a bunch of ping pong balls, which supposedly, that's come to an end. But it's boring. There's nothing to it. It's like
nothing's happening. Yeah.
Right.
The only reason to tune in, I was a fan of Elgin Baylor when he was a player, number 32 there in Los Angeles Lakers. Spectacular moves, preceded the era of Jordan and the Doctor with those kind of, and maybe like Connie Hawkins-esque. This guy was very acrobatic going to the basket, man. He was a great player for the Lakers, Elgin Baylor. And then he became an executive GM with the Clippers. I believe, maybe, I don't know if it went all the way back to their days in San Diego. No, that's probably impossible. But the thing that always stuck out to me about the draft lottery show was that the Clippers routinely would be in the situation where they should have gotten the number 1 overall pick, and they would have Baylor sitting there representing them. And the highlight of the show was when Baylor would get up and leave all depressed because, again, they had gotten whacked out of that position and ended up with like the number 4 pick. And he was like the kiss of death for them. I mean, you kept waiting for the Clippers to go and send somebody else there because this guy, if it wasn't for bad luck, he had no luck at all. But that would be the only reason to tune in that show, unless, of course, you were in a coin flip there. If they didn't televise it back then, but if your choices were going to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, then known as Lou Alcindor, or you know who was drafted second that year? It was a coin flip between Milwaukee and the Phoenix Suns. And the Phoenix Suns ended up with a guy, an ill-fated young man. He checked out at a very young age, like a heart attack, while he was playing a pickup game, which was shortly after his NBA career ended abruptly because he was a stiff, a guy named Neil Walk out of the University of Florida. So imagine you had that kind of choice. Then I'm watching the draft show if my team's involved. But other than that, no way. And what level of attention did you pay, Angel Martinez, to the NFL schedule release program? Were you at all interested in that? Because that seems like, to me, it would be absolutely the most worthless exercise in televising a non-action sporting activity or event. It's one thing to have the draft up there, but when you're having the schedule release show and it's on ESPN and various other networks, I mean, what level of inactivity do you have to be engaged in to find that entertaining?
That's pretty much it. You have to have zero going on in your life, I think.
Zero, yeah. You got to be confined to a hospital bed or something, no?
Yeah, because if you're cringing at the TV and I can't wait. Here it comes.
Here comes the schedule. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it gets leaked out anyways. The NFL tries their best not to leak it out, but it gets leaked out. No matter which way it is, it might have 1 or 2 wrong games in there, but it gets leaked out.
Who does it matter to, though? I mean, besides, like, maybe the coaching staff. I don't know. I mean,
not even to them.
Fans, I guess, are making travel plans to go to various games. Yeah. When are we playing Green Bay? I know they're on the schedule. That could be, but I mean, how desperately do you need this information that you can't wait till it's available on the counter, exit checkout counter of every grocery store, and you can get the schedule of your home team or whatever? I mean, available online like seconds after it's drawn.
Right.
Who would be engaged? I didn't see any of it. I'm happy to report because I didn't even realize that they were doing it, and then. I see these promos, from people saying that you should tune in tonight because you can get this inside track on what games are scheduled for your favorite NFL team. And then they go through the meaningless exercise of trying to decide whether there's a win or a loss. Does that happen in Tampa? Do the Tampa news guys, the schedule just came out, and let's look at your Buccaneers. Okay, Joe, what do you have for us? And he goes, well, look at this. Week 1, they're taking on the Lions. I'm gonna pencil that in as a loss there. The Lions are on a roll. And they start speculating on stuff that you have no idea what these teams are going to look like by the time they get to December. Absolutely no clue what kind of shape they're going to be, how well they're going to be playing, and yet you're trying to go ahead and project. Oh, I got them at 12-5 this year. Looks like it's going to be a real good season for your Buccaneers.
Yeah. Eagles fans tried that one. Didn't work out too well for them either. It's stuff. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me either because as I mentioned to Peter earlier, everybody at their home team is going to say like, oh yeah, we're going to be 12-5 or 13-4. And it's going to be a hell of a season, blah, blah, blah. And okay, say whatever you want to, but game 1 hasn't been played yet. We have no idea what it looks like during training camp. And you guys already talked about how they're going to run the gamut. And I've just never been such an uber fan of all these stations doing so. And they do it here too in Tampa, the same thing. They'll break it down like, all right, well, this day is like this. I mean, who does anyone ever say default? What this would be really interesting. Okay, guys.
Yeah, this team's going to be shit, man. We'll be lucky to win 2 games.
Right.
By the way, you can catch the games right here on your local CBS affiliate. No, the station that's carrying the majority of the games, I mean, the home games, they're going to be shilling for these guys all day long.
Yeah, it's just, to me, if you want to make it interesting, why don't you bring up like, all right, Defo, we're down here in Southwest Florida. We have Jacksonville, we have Tampa, we have the Dolphins. So we think September, we're about still at 100% humidity and, the clouds will be drifting. You want to make it interesting? Okay, bring the weather into the factor. and then say, all right, so if the wind has shifted from the southwest to northeast, maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars have a way to win that way. But it's so ridiculous because no matter what, you just, and what makes it worse is now that the schedule is out, it's going to be like last night. I think the Eagles had their super fan or their Uber fan. What does the Uber fan reaction is? Who cares? I love my.
Who is this Uber fan? What level of sanity is he able to display? Because you would have to think the guy's somewhat of a nutbag, no? If he's going to put, like streamers in his hair or whatever and then go running around there trying to pump people up at a Buccaneers game when they're at best going to go 500 for the season. I mean,
exactly.
just get this guy some help. Get him some therapy. He'd be better off. Yeah, we have a guy here I'm good friends with. Actually, we do some stuff with him. He appears with us on one of our streams every week. And I was doing this with us on the radio for many, many years. A guy named Tony Segreto. I don't know if you ever heard of this cat. He had some national acclaim because he was a substitute. I don't know if you remember this show. It was the George Michael Sports Machine.
Oh, yeah.
It was one of the original highlight shows done. And actually, the guy was ahead of his time because back then it was like maybe Warner Wolf was doing it in New York. And then this guy had a highlight show that was going on nationally. Tony used to be the substitute there for George Michael. So, you may have come across this guy. But yeah, he was always a sign. It didn't matter. He became a newscaster. He became the news anchor. He was a sports guy, made the rare transition into news, where it happened to me a long time ago. I was working at a newspaper in California, and they thought that I had talent, believe it or not. But at the same time, I was in the sports department, and they thought I was wasting my time by hanging around with a sordid element.
Right.
And that I would be much better served from a career standpoint if I moved to the news desk where they put me in charge of laying out and editing the front section of the paper, which I had zero interest in, Angel. I mean, I have an interest in politics, but I have my own opinions or whatever, and I don't care to engage in arguments about it much anymore, especially in these platforms, right? Because, you say this and then somebody says that, and the next thing you know, you're in this big argument that no one's going to win because you're never going to change anybody's opinion.
Correct.
So they put me on the desk there, and I couldn't stand it, Angel. I mean, one great thing about this business is, you're pretty much like enjoying every day at the beach. Well, what are you being asked to do? Now, could you go down to the game there and get us 2 stories? Get us a game story and a sidebar. We need something. See if you can get Steve Garvey to talk to you. You're like, okay, yeah. I mean, they're sending you to Dodger Stadium. That's your job. So I was absolutely tormented on the news desk. But Tony, he made this transition very well. He was a sports anchor, and then all of a sudden he's like an authority on the news. But they gave, to show you the imposing factor that the Miami Dolphins were in this town, when the schedule came out for the Miami Dolphins, they would pull Tony out of his anchor chair, and it didn't matter. I mean, they could have just blown up the entire Gaza Strip, and the world could be declaring war on each other. Right. And they would still go, okay, war has broken out in the Middle East, and it's extending far beyond the boundaries of the Gaza Strip. But the Dolphin schedule came out last night, and here's Tony Segreto. And they go right to that, where it's more important than anything that's happening, anything, even earth-shattering stuff. They had the guy going, and he would go, well, look at this. The Bears are coming to town. And decide whether or not it was going to be a win or a loss. Inevitably and invariably, he had the team going. This was when they had 16 games. He had them going like 11-5. That would be the thing. Wasn't too far out of whack. It wasn't like So, and I think that's the way almost everybody did it. That was assigned to that hideous idea of having to predict the games before the season started.
Yeah, no, it has been different. It hasn't changed to this day either. As Gas Pump Guy says, Angel, I'm a realist. If the Bucs win the NFC South, I'll be happy, because past that, it's a toss-up, which is true, because you have to see what Todd Bowles is going to end up doing this year with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because I think he's another guy that could be possibly on the hot seat.
Does he resign mid-season in a cloud of disgrace and shame after the Bucs and Baker Mayfield completely fall apart? What do you think? Are they going to be crying at Raymond James all season long?
It's going to be, well, you know what? Baker Mayfield is going to be really put up to the test, because you figured his old coordinator is now the head coach for the Carolina Panthers. God bless. I don't know what they're going to, you talk about
that guy impressed me. I saw an interview with him.
Yeah.
On the aforementioned FanDuel TV, and very impressive. I don't know how he's going to get along with this Meshuggah owner that's there. The guy's like half out of his mind. He's right there with the owner of the Phoenix Suns.
Yep.
In terms of being just a seeming nutbag, right?
Yep.
David Tepper, I mean, gets into it with the fans, all kinds of stuff. But the coach, I mean, I saw an interview with him, extremely impressive.
He is. And I thought, truthfully, I thought he should have been a head coach here with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but Tampa Bay didn't see it that way. I understand they did try to give Todd Bowles a second chance. I'm sorry. And I could be wrong. Maybe Gas Pump Guy sees something completely different than I do. I just don't think Todd Bowles has it, honest to God. And nothing against Todd Bowles. I mean, I understand he's a very humble man, very nice.
Seems like a really good guy. I mean, very, very likable.
Yeah, and he's not one of those irritable coaches that gets under your skin or doesn't care about anything.
Tony Dungy-esque, not quite with the aura of wisdom of Tony Dungy, but Tony Dungy-esque.
Yep.
In his relationships with people.
Yeah, no, very good comparison. But I just think Todd Bowles as a head coach, I just don't think he has it. And no offense to the guy, not like, obviously I have a lot of room to talk as an armchair quarterback here. But it's, to me, it's just.
You know your football, Angel. What are you talking about? No need to apologize.
I try every once in a while.
Yeah.
I try.
Yeah.
No, it's just, it's, again, I think the Bucs are going to be, for Baker Mayfield this year, without having Dave Canales with them, it's going to be, we're going to see maybe either a better Baker Mayfield, the same season as Baker Mayfield last year, or we're going to see him go kind of backwards. But I mean, they only got him for another extra year, so they got him on a cheap. And you figure come next year, you still load it in the draft with a bunch of guys. And who's to say the ones that were drafted this season don't stay on their team? Because we've seen where guys they started somewhere. And I use, for example, BJ Daniels with the Seattle Seahawks, where he was drafted by San Francisco, and then ended up with the Seahawks that year, the same year, to end up winning the Super Bowl, which I did say on Pete's show, hopefully I can get him on during the NFL season, because it'd be a lot of fun to go, especially when the Seahawks face the Patriots, which the last time, of course, that happened, the outcome wasn't as good. But no, I just think Todd Bowles, nice guy. I just don't think he's head coach material.
He looks detached to me. I mean, he looks like, I mean, is he the black Joe Philbin? I'm not sure. If we had the French Joe Philbin, what are we going to have next? The Mexican Joe Philbin? What am I talking about, Angel? You better throw it to a break so we can regroup here a little bit, and then we'll come back. We got another hour to go on the show here today. Part of the whole Riptide Media lineup, and you're doing a fine job, either performing or producing every show. Angel, you're to be congratulated.
All right, listen, all I can do is try. That's it.
Yeah.
I try to hold things together with as much positivity as I possibly can, and keep moving the needle. Not only for that, obviously for my own network here, Broad Street South, and especially for the sports radio side, because that's finally starting to get its legs from under it, and there's still things to come. But by the way, Gas Pump Guy said if they don't make the playoffs, I think they start to rebuild. He says, "Come on, Defoe. He's not even close to Dungy."
What's that now?
He said Todd Bowles is not close to Dungy. He feels, Gas Pump Guy.
Oh, Tony Dungy, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that. I was just saying in terms of being a gentleman. Tony Dungy was a real gentleman, and Todd Bowles strikes me as being that type of person, although maybe not as comfortable with that as Tony Dungy was, because Dungy was an easy transition. I interviewed him many times and at length when he was coaching the Buccaneers, because the Bucs used to have these dual practice sessions annually with the Miami Dolphins. And, Dungy was always extremely gracious and always very engaging. He was a terrific guy to talk to. Really was. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk some more. We got a lot of yakking to do here, kid. And we got stuff to sell, so let's make it happen.
That we do. So don't forget, you guys can still call in or text into the show, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. I am Angel Martinez. He is Jeff Defoe DeForest. You are listening to Martinez and Defoe Unscripted on the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game. We'll be right back.
Hey, Dad. Your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad. Your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad? Your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Back once again, Martinez and Devo Unscripted. I am Angel Martinez. He is Jeff Devo DeForest. Here live from the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 from The Game. Don't forget, you guys can also still reach us not only here on the social medias, minus LinkedIn. Sorry, folks, you guys get cut off about 11 o'clock in the morning. So hopefully you made the switch over to broadstsouth.com. Don't forget, you guys can download the app at broadstsouth.com. Head over to the live shows halfway down the page. It's simple. One side shows the Android side. The other side shows Apple. And even the web players there so you guys can hear the show while you're on the go. Nonetheless, but we thank you all for tuning in once again here with myself and Devo as we try to make the best of 2 hours that go by super quick. And I'm beyond honored to constantly work with the legend, which I call Mr. DeForest. Devo, welcome back.
Eventually, I mean, you'll look back on these times in disgrace and think, my God, what was I doing with that guy? Long past his prime. We had no takers on the challenge, though, and that doesn't surprise me to try and sing the first 2 lines of the Canadian national anthem, largely because nobody does know the second line of that song. Now, we had Joe Q, who is a frequent contributor here on the chat line, which we also welcome people to join in, because it's nice to get some feedback on this thing, isn't that? Especially when you're unscripted, Angel. Have you found that it's a little bit different? When you're unscripted, you're not going by any particular guidelines. In fact, you're not even inclined to say anything that makes any sense or has any particular relevance. to the sporting outlook and conversation. And so it's great to get feedback on this thing. But Joe Q says, and I believe this to be true, that after the baritone belts out, "Oh, Canada," the next line is not, "It's fucking cold outside," but it is, "Our home and native land." Does that not sound correct, my friend?
It does sound correct. It does.
You didn't look it up, did you? I mean,
No.
I was going basically by feel on this thing, but that seems to have a ring of familiarity. Like you could see George Chuvallo coming into the ring to fight Muhammad Ali. Another one of those guys, like the aforementioned many shows ago, Jerry Quarry, who was just taking. This guy had an iron. He had granite for a chin. George Chuvallo, look him up. Former Canadian heavyweight, but he was around at a time, unfortunately, where there's like one champion, maybe two. In the heavyweight division. They didn't have like the expansion of the alphabet soup organizations. And so, and there were like 10 guys in the top 10 that all, were monsters by comparison to what you see out there. So he took his share of beatings. But I could see it. I could see him marching into the ring as somebody belts out, "Oh, Canada." So you have to read it like I'm reading in Hebrew here. "Our home and native land." That's it, isn't it?
It is.
Are we going with that?
No, I believe that is it. I'm quite sure. I forgot to do the research. I have to send a memo to the research department and make sure we look it up before.
Ask Debbie to look it up, will you? Come on, Angel. Let's get on this thing so we can get over ourselves on this. But nobody can sing the second line. That was always my theory. I don't know that anybody ever really knew that, except I would imagine most people from Canada, right? Because you would have a tendency to know your own national anthem.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's any disgrace that maybe you don't know the lyrics to others, but we've certainly heard the opening two lines of the Canadian national anthem. If you're a hockey fan, you followed boxing, you've seen the ceremonies. Two countries have been on friendly terms forever, even though they may have a much better medical system for those that are, out there getting whacked with. I mean, I can't even imagine when I had that brief hospital stay in January. Fortunately, I'm an old fart. And that's where it's a benefit to be one of the geezers at Caesars, my friend, because I never saw a bill, my friend. Not one dime. They send a limo for you if you're on Medicare here. But they do that, lifetime if you're in Canada. They get like a great national health insurance. I don't know why we don't copy something along those lines. But other than that, we're like pretty, parallel and sort of similar in our approach to things, I would think, except for, the national anthem, right?
Yeah.
Which... nobody knows that second line, right?
But Joe Q says during the Stanley Cup playoffs, you don't need an anthem singer in Canada. The whole crowd belts out the anthem, which is actually true.
They're on it. True. They're on it, my friend.
And by the way, Guest One Guy also says, Angel, I saw somewhere that the Arena Football League is trying to get Jeff Fisher as commissioner. Is it true? And how do I feel about it? It is very true. Jeff Fisher is the commissioner of the Arena Football League because he's involved with the Nashville Cats. He said that he's been honored to bring football back, obviously, to other than the Tennessee Titans, but to Nashville with the Cats. And so he is a commissioner. They are also in the process of looking for new ownership with the AFL. They did not want to seize up the entire season. So there's been a lot of moving parts. I have no problem actually with Jeff Fisher being the commissioner because you get some experience behind you, and I'm quite sure whoever he's going to put a part of his front office, he'll end up doing a fine job. But I mean, it's the only thing that's going to be nuts other than tonight's game, obviously with the West Desert Hawks from Odessa out there in Texas, which the Orlando Predators play this evening at 7:00. You can check out the game on the Very Network, VYRE.com. You guys can check out the games there, but I have no problem with Jeff Fisher being a commissioner. What I have the reluctant problem at the moment is to figure out where the games are going to be played next, how they're going to realign the stuff, and how quickly are they going to get it done, because
a few basic questions, yes, that need to be answered. Yep. Angel Martinez. You believe it? I mean, this will give you a notion of how old I am. I was covering Jeff Fisher's games when he was at USC as a safety, and then he had a long. I mean, he came off well. You mentioned Hard Knocks, and the Giants are going to be on Hard Knocks.
Mm-hmm.
He came off very well on Hard Knocks, did he not? I'm going to say not every coach came off, as the most gracious of human beings. Although most of them were shed in a very and cast in a very favorable light. Joe Philbin appeared to be, the aforementioned Joe Philbin appeared to be clueless when he was on Hard Knocks. Remember those scenes?
Yep.
Where Jeff Ireland, the evil GM, came in and said, oh, by the way, Joe, I just traded Vontae Davis. And Philbin was like, oh, yeah? I don't know that. That was like his starting corner, his number one guy. And he was unaware of it. And he was caught by complete surprise. But I remember Jeff Fisher, particularly in those scenes we were talking about, which are excruciatingly painful sometimes, watching some guy get cut. And he did present himself with a good deal of dignity in those situations. So maybe he's got the kind of demeanor. He obviously, probably has made tons of money in his career being a head coach in the NFL for as long as he was. You would think that maybe that's not as objective. And does the commissioner get paid at this point, or how's that working? Are those checks like Spalding's that you're getting from the Predators? They're just bouncing off the walls there. Rebote, you're back at Tampa Highlight watching Danielle on the wood.
Yeah, no. And if anything happens, it happens towards the end of the season anyways, for at least the broadcasting side of the house. But no, I would think that Jeff would be getting paid somehow or another. I mean, you don't put a league together without something. So
I think maybe he's doing it out of nobility, but that would be a shame if the commissioner was getting stiffed. Unless he was doing it out of benevolence because of his love of the game of football and the idea he just wanted to see this outlet for players persevere. It could be wildly entertaining. I mean, when it caught on, the Arena League, was it really doomed by COVID, Angel, in your opinion? Because I think it acquired a measure of popularity that a lot of people didn't anticipate at one time, did it not?
Depending on, I think, truthfully, what it came down to.
I remember watching a few games on TV and saying, yeah, this is kind of cool.
I think depending on the market size, like Philly's never been considered a big market, which they consider them small. I don't know why, truthfully, but I mean, depending on what towns you were in, it's either you made it or you didn't. I think COVID was the excuse for a lot of things, for things being shut down, because it's what it seemed like to me, at least. Bon Jovi and Ron Jaworski at the time when they owned the Philadelphia Soul, they were looking to be in it for at least a couple more years, even if they decided to turn it around to make a profit from it. But supposedly that's what made things shut down. But you have like the Orlando Predators, who've been around for 20 plus years, and they've been able to survive after COVID with the National Arena League and now coming back to AFL. I just think it's like everything else, the organization. If you rush a product too quick, sometimes it just doesn't pan out the way you want it. The vision is there. You can see everything streamlined. We got it all checked off the box of 109 yards. And then all of a sudden somebody says, wait, what was that? Oh, that was history. Then it goes out the window.
Yeah. Capitalization. That would be the key word there. Yeah. Like, we have the fucking money to fly a team to Tampa. That's what you're really looking at. All right. Well, I hope that all works out. I'm glad the person is concerned. I would hate to think those checks were bouncing. It used to be kind of fugazi circumstances sometimes, getting paid for doing blow-by-blow unboxing, which I did a lot of, especially if you were with some fledgling outfit where you really couldn't identify what network the fight was being carried on, although they had all of the equivalent equipment outside, and you're looking, truck's very impressive, promoter appears to be flush with cash, and then it came time to get paid, and all of a sudden you see the guy, a shadowy figure, exiting out the back door. Hey, isn't that the promoter? Yeah. No, hey, Joe, you forget to pay everybody? Be running outside, and it's disconcerting, right? I mean, you had all of these dreams that this is going to be a nice ticket somewhere, and then you get stiffed on your first job. It would be a lousy feeling. I've had that feeling, so I know the level of pain that's involved there. But wishing you all of the best with that. Now, are you? You don't strike me for some reason, Angel Martinez, as being a big golf fan. I don't know that we've introduced that topic too often. I mean, do you follow it? We talked about how money was going to go up in smoke with Tiger Woods, 125-1. He believes, I mean, you talk about believing in fantasy. He believes that he can win the PGA tournament, which is underway already. I mean, if you were kind of having an idle afternoon where you were looking for something to do, you have that. You got great stuff going on in the Italian Open, the tennis tournament that's kind of a prelude to the French, where they're playing on the red clay, and the ladies especially are putting on a whale of a show there. The men's action is always so insane that you can't imagine, if you play the game at all, at any level of lameness, which I've been doing the same thing for like 30 years with this game. and you watch what these guys are doing, it's remarkable. But the women are right there. Would you agree with this, Angel Martinez, that in terms of women's sports, very much in the spotlight of late, with Caitlin Clark coming into the WNBA and all of the things she did there at Iowa in a quest for the national championship and breaking all these records, with women's sports coming into the spotlight more and more, is tennis not the closest you get in terms of the relationship of the action that you would see? Now the pace is radically faster in the men's game. But yet the action in the women's game, the way they hit the ball and approach the game, is very similar now to what you see from the men. It may not quite be with the same velocity and same defensive abilities, but they're doing a lot that's much closer to what the men do than other sports, like, say, women's basketball. I don't think the women and the men, they're not really on a par yet, are they? I mean, overall, even though the women have made great strides in that regard. Does it always sound like on this show, I mean, ask Debbie, that I'm constantly demeaning the women? Was it because of, many failed relationships? But I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form of disrespect. In fact, it's an honor in a way, because the women's tennis game has advanced so much that it's as enjoyable as watching the most competitive and tense and highest level of men's matches.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. But you figure it's finally starting to come around. I mean, no matter which way you look at it, I know for the women's the national team for soccer, I know they talked about it, but it's I've advocated for as well that the women need to be getting paid. But when you come down to it, Debbie's one that has pointed out that if you don't have the sales as strong as you do for the men, then it's kind of hard. On the flip side, you have the WNBA that apparently they've said they have as recent acquired more sponsors apparently than the NBA, and a lot of it's because of their social media presence and the way they've been doing it. And so people like Angel Reese, who obviously is huge on social media, she's been trying to get some endorsement deals. And I think a lot of it, too, is because Caitlin Clark and that $28 million deal she got with Nike, that maybe some people are disliking what she's been doing. But no, the women have been making a good amount of strides, I think, in sports where it's become quite competitive to the men. The only thing that I will say, and I want people to understand this, is when you believe that a man born male has now decided to transition over to the women's side of the house, you guys have allowed for that to happen. And you can be whatever you want to in this world. But when it comes into competitive nature, we saw what it started with that guy in the pool.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't beat his own constituents and decided, I'll just go over to the ladies' side and I'll just beat all the ladies. I'll just change my name from.
And went way back a long time ago. You had a guy named Dr. Richard Raskin, who became, Renee Richards, a tennis player. And there's always a joke about that, which I find in poor taste. But, people would say, hey, Renee Richards wrote a book, Tennis Without Balls. She was competing as a woman back before this was even a cause célèbre or a popular issue. ESPN, Angel, just had a very interesting investigative, I don't know if it was investigative, but a piece about the transgender athletes. And where they stand, because there was a movement, and you've seen legislation go this way where they're banning transgender women from competing in women that have been transformed, they were men and now they're a woman, and they're being banned from competing in women's sports. And it's a tough debate. I tell you what, it really is. It's hard to really not see both sides of things, and yet when you see like a transgender woman end up dominating in a woman's field, okay, I mean you could see where there would be concerns that this was such an unfair advantage that maybe there should be separate categories for this sort of thing, or that woman should continue to compete against men in all of these various sports. But I don't know. You know what? It was an interesting piece because you were looking at it, and not to sit on the fence, but you could see merits to both sides of the argument, no doubt about it. Very tough thing to decide upon and be definitive about.
No, and if they decide they want to divide it, they can. Because listen, it
does seem like, I mean, when you see the domination level of a transgender, someone who transgender made the transformation from man to woman, and they're sitting there just wiping the floor with the competition as they're playing and participating in women's sports. You're thinking, really? I mean, this does seem to be a bit unfair. And then when you see the psychology of it that's involved and the psychological aspects of this person that, to go through a sexual transformation, it's something I certainly don't understand the mechanics of where that line of thinking, led you to actually do something of that nature. And you can sympathize and empathize with their desire to just go out there. They had like a piece. Part of the piece was with a young now woman who was playing softball. And she just wanted to play softball because she loved playing softball. But you would think then that maybe, that I don't know. Does that end up being the resolution that transgender athletes end up competing in whatever sex they were before they made the transformation? And then where does that leave you except in another state of confusion, Angel? Can we decide? I don't think we can decide this, in the next couple of minutes on the air. Do you think? I mean, it's more complex than you would think it would be on the surface. I don't know. How do you feel about it?
No, I'm the same way too. I was trying to look up a picture here as you were talking. There's just to kind of put it in perspective here. You have to touch on the topic. There's a lady named Nikki, and I forget. There's a show that we ended up watching. This 90 Day Fiance, and she was born a man, completely transitioned into a woman. Hair, makeup, nails, body parts, the whole 9 yards. And the way I see her, no different than the way Debbie sees her as well. We see her as a woman. She made a full transition. She lives her life that way. And the hardest part she talked about to her mom, her mom said, she was born my son. And even the mom said she didn't talk to her for a while because she wanted her son. But she then accepted it.
Well, yeah, you would imagine these people will be largely and widely misunderstood.
Yeah. So the mom accepted it, and when we watched her on the show, same way we've accepted it as well, and we felt bad when she got hurt by the guy that she was going out with. But the difference is she didn't go out there to play a sport or anything else like that. But you also have the women who are really, 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 they're for years we've all known this. They wouldn't be as competitive as the men, and then they have to hear like, well, you guys aren't good enough. The men are better. Blah blah blah. So now we're seeing the evolution of the sports getting better. The WNBA finally started kind of rise up to the occasion here because they've been finally investing into good athletes and trying to keep them from going overseas, staying here stateside. But if you allow for a man now that was born a man, not born as a woman, that he was born as a man, and then he decides, well, I'm going to be competitive with a woman. It's not the same. And then you guys allow it to happen, but then you want to go back and cry about it and say, I can't believe, because you allowed it to happen. So to me, if you want to live the lifestyle that you want to live, but when it comes to competitive sports, come on, guys, let's be truthful here. If you can't beat another male, don't decide that you want to just change your name and change your outfit and go over to the women's side because now you're going to go over there and dominate. That's just my opinion, and hopefully you guys listening into this, whether it be on the app or everywhere else, don't understand live the life that you want to live the way you should. But when it comes competitively, guys, let's be smart and let's not try and go over and take away from what the women have been building for many, many years.
No way to understand it. I mean, really, if you're not inclined to be a transgender person. A little weird if you're in Las Vegas and you're hitting on some woman that has just beautiful long hair. You end up in bed with her, then you start to feel something a little funny, and you see her hair is on a styrofoam head next to the bed. You're like, wait a minute. You're a bald Jew from Brooklyn? Is that what you're telling me? You looked gorgeous last night when I was pasted out of my mind after losing thousands of dollars in the sports book. And then the biggest shocker, I guess, of that, and almost incomprehensible to a lot of guys that grew up. I mean, there wasn't a single guy that didn't want to have, that at one time probably didn't want to be Bruce Jenner when he was popular as an athlete. And a great story there, and he had the the blonde wife, and it seemed like he was living the dream. Great body, physical presence, and turns out I had an interview with Bruce Jenner many years ago before he made this transition, and you would have never, I mean, in a million years, you would have never anticipated when you were sitting down with Bruce Jenner that like a few years later he was going to be a woman. That was like the biggest shocker. So to even imply for a second that somebody that's not inclined to make this transition has no instincts towards doing that is going to be able to understand what it's all about. Impossible. It isn't in our consciousness. So that was weird. Now, Jenner, by the way, was a very engaging guy. He was terrific. This was, I think, it might have been right around the time when the Kardashians was becoming a very popular entity. Might have been prior to that. And I remember being very impressed with how engaging he was coming on the radio show that I was doing from Disney World at the time. He was promoting some stuff there. But everybody wanted to be, carrying that flag around the track there and be Bruce Jenner. And that had to be one of the biggest upsets ever, right? That later on he would be honored by ESPN as being the most courageous woman on the planet. And I thought that was a little bit of a stretch, but then, like I said, you don't really want to get too into the psyche of it because we don't understand it, honestly. I'm with you though. It seems unfair, doesn't it? Especially if a person was just doing it for the sole purpose of being a dominant force in women's sports. I mean, that would seem like a lot to go through, just to go out there and win a couple of swim meets, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not something that I would take lightly. Oh, yeah, you know what? I want to make like the Israeli basketball team, but I'm going to make the women's team.
Correct.
So, I'm going to transition into that.
Yeah.
All right. And now, if you wanted to make any kind of transition, it would probably be best if you considered making one into good health. Well, wouldn't it, Angel Martinez? And then there's really the best way to start that out. All right, you're going to go on a diet. You're going to eat a few more salads. You're going to stay away from some of the, the fats and the sugar and all that. But drinking water is the way to do it. And if you're going to do that, you need the purest of forms. And you don't want to spend like a fortune getting something that was, taken from some springs that was in a remote region of France. You can get it right out of your sink, right?
Beach. Yeah, well, almost out of your sink. You can if you do have the Palm Beach water purification system in there. And by the way, those who are listening on the Digital Sports Radio app, I do appreciate it. If you guys
That's a guy you put up there? Who's that?
So that's Nikki Sanders. That's the one I was telling you about from 90 Day Fiance.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah, used to be a guy. We've tried to look for pictures when she was a male. She had one picture that she put up there, and truthfully, the facial surgery, she probably didn't have to deal with it because as she was making her transition, she looked perfectly fine. But that's her. That's Nikki Sanders from 90 Day Fiance. And like I said, and you hear me calling her she made a complete transition.
That's all okay with me. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, she made a complete transition. So to me, I am respecting her as she wants to be called as a woman. But again, she went out there. This is the lifestyle she chose. She didn't choose to become an athlete as a man in a man's body and then just, put on a swimsuit and say, oh, hello, boys. No, I'm a girl. It just doesn't work that way. But anyways, I wanted to bring it up for people who are following along here with it. And if you guys want to look up, if you're listening on the sports radio side, it is Nikki Sanders, Nikki Sanders. You guys can look her up and amazing personalities. At least it seems like to me. And
it's wild. Yeah, no, that's the type that's killed me my whole life.
Yeah.
Angel Martinez.
Well, I tell you.
That is a weird thing when you see the hair on the styrofoam head by the bed. Oh, my God. Like, what did I get myself into last night? What happens in Vegas stays there, but sometimes it's a bitter and tough memory to overcome also. All right, what about this filtration system here? Because you've been talking about this for a while here, and it's a very exciting concept. And you make it seem like it would be an essential part of anybody's plan to stick around and enjoy this lifetime for a long period of time.
They would. Even Nikki Sanders herself might take it because she lives out there in Jersey, but there's nothing saying that we can deliver this product out there to New Jersey. And if you want it, even though it's called the Palm Beach Water Purification, doesn't mean it cannot travel. So take that into your whole house. If you want filtered water, and it's ideal for your showers, for your bathroom sinks, along with your running appliances like your washing machine and your dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed to maintain. As you guys know, you can buy them from Walmart and everything else, but you have to change out the filters every so often to make sure that you don't drink that stuff in there. Not with this, because a whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will produce or totally remove the contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and your plants, give you brighter, longer-lasting, softer clothes by removing the chlorine from it, and also allow you to breathe easier by removing chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call South Florida's top-rated water guys today and schedule a free water test. Yes, a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337, 561-801-7337, or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. That's pbwaterpure.com. Let them know D4 and I send you, and they will give you 10% off your first install. And again, talk to them a little more nice, and who knows, maybe you can get 11%, 10 and a quarter, I don't know, or 10 and a hook.
Pucks, baskets, transgender conversation. You got it all going here today, Angel. All right, we'll come back. We're in deep stretch here on the program on this Thursday, and we'll come back and figure out where it goes on Unscripted in just a moment, right?
Indeed. So we will be right back. You guys are listening to Martinez and Evo Unscripted here on the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. We'll be right back.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woo-hoo. Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the final segment here, Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. I am Angel Martinez. He is Jeff Defoe DeForest on Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. And, well, Defoe, we are in the closing minutes here of this Thursday morning show down here in Southwest Florida, of course, on the east side and the west side of Florida. But nonetheless, we're having a great time here.
Yeah, what's the weather like over there today? I mean, you've been imperiled with real difficulties. Sunny? Mild?
It is.
Is it time to take a trip over to the West Coast there and get together? You're buying Burns Steakhouse?
Sure.
Okay. That sounds good.
We're at, it is sunny, blue skies, a tad bit of wind, and it's going to shoot up to about 90 degrees today. So it's 82 degrees right now.
Yeah, we're ensconced in Schwitz City. I mean, just wild, wicked humidity. I can't do anything, which very unfortunate because of the torn Achilles. But hopefully that status is getting better, and we shall see what happens. But most people are of the opinion that, well, they shake their head. They say, this takes months, sometimes a year. I'll go out of my mind if that ends up being the case, but we shall see. All right, so we touched on a couple of things. We didn't really, follow all the way through with the thought there, but the Italian Open, which is a prelude to the French Open, played on the red clay right in there in the heart of Rome. Pretty good, tournament on the circuit. And we got our girl Coco Gauff in there in the semifinals. And I believe maybe this match might be underway already. She's taken on the number one player in the world, Iga, and nobody knows how to pronounce this woman's name. It's pronounced a million different ways, but I believe it's Swiatek, something like that, right? Swiatek.
Sounds about right.
But they were calling her Swiatek, and now it's all of a sudden it's like emerged as Swiatek. So you got to get that going. But Coco, I mean, playing very well. I mean, this woman, is she 20 yet? Not sure. So the American dream is still in place there in Rome. And in the other matchup, Danielle Collins, also an American, in the semifinals. So it's possible you have an all-American final, which that seemed pretty far-fetched, didn't it? It's also very possible that you have both of them getting knocked out because Collins has to play the power-hitting Arina Sabalenka, the Belarusian babe who, really, I mean, this woman knocks the shit out of the ball. So that's interesting. And then now, did you say you were a casual golf follower, or are you into this whole PGA thing? Because a lot of interesting storylines unfolding there, including the most obvious one, which is, again, the Live Tour players battling it out with the guys that they defected from at the PGA. And now they're all together, but nobody knows how or under what circumstances. And in the meantime, do they still hate each other? I'm not sure. And then you got Rory McIlroy. Now, are you inclined to be that guy that at a press conference, Angel, they say, hey, listen, I know it came out that Rory's getting divorced, but no questions about his personal life. Are you going to be the guy that, pops a hand up in the air and they go, okay, Angel Martinez there from Riptide Media. And you go, hey, Rory, what about the ex? What do you got to say? They stayed away from that, though. They're very polite in these golf circumstances when it comes to trying to light a spark under any kind of controversy, because nobody asked about it. If they had, I would imagine, would security have wished them out of there? What do you think?
I think so. I would ask, why not? Because if not, they're going to, what other media person is not going to ask, hey, by the way, Defoe, I heard that you got divorced not too long ago. Is that true? It's going to happen. So you already know that's part of it. So to me, it's if I'm there, because the same questions are going to be asked just different ways. Is the sky blue? Is it blue outside? What are the skies looking like? It's going to be the same thing. If you're there, I'm going to listen. I know Joe over here from Joe Show Media is going to ask you about your golf game. Me personally, I want to know. So how's everything? I mean, it's
she's got all of your money. She's threatening to take your children and keep them from you. Will this impact your psyche at all on the way to trying to win the PGA, where you have failed in 40 straight majors prior to this? Would that be impacting you at all, Rory? What is your response? No, come on, Angel. We're not going to come in there and ask a question like that, are we? But it does bring up something interesting because one of the other storylines to follow, did you see this guy who emerged last year in the PGA? He was a club pro, and he's a club pro from Mission Viejo. Michael Block is the man's name, Michael Block. And because he finished 15th overall, but he was in contention for quite some time. I mean, I believe he might have faded badly in the final round. He actually made a hole-in-one while paired with McIlroy. So I think he was among the leaders in the tournament going deep into the third round and was writing a real a literal tin cup story, a club pro in the PGA Championship or the U.S. Open that was, maybe in a position to actually win the thing. Would have been amazing. Now you would imagine, Mission Viejo is a pretty ritzy area. I mean, if you're the club pro at the Mission Viejo Country Club, you can't tell me they're on a lot of board like Housewives of San Diego that aren't looking to make your acquaintance. What do you think? I mean, this guy apparently is a real good story, and he's very much on the up and up. But I would imagine he was getting a share of action there. As the teaching pro, you're giving golf lessons. I mean, this really does look like it's straight out of McAvoy and Tin Cup, no?
Yeah.
Club pro, and he has this big run there. Although, I mean, do you remember the movie Tin Cup? Did you see that thing? With Cheech Marin's in it, and of course Don Johnson is playing the big shot golfer. Kevin Costner, he's in there as Roy McAvoy, and and Rene Russo, an absolute babe, was playing the sports psychologist that McAvoy was seeing. So, naturally was the girlfriend originally of Don Johnson, who made a very handsome presentation of himself. But have you ever seen, I shouldn't say this, right? Because this goes way back. But back in the day when there wasn't a proliferation of pornographic material on the internet, Angel, there weren't that many inspirational sources for self-satisfaction when I was a teenager. You had off limits a little bit, like the beginnings of Playboy magazine, but it wasn't uncommon for the models that were depicted on like Cosmopolitan or some of these other magazines to be the source of your inspiration for, how should we put this delicately, like a little teenage self-satisfaction.
Right.
Are you following this?
Yeah.
So Rene Russo happened to be like one of those models that was on Cosmopolitan. And then later, when I was a waiter in Los Angeles, I actually ended up serving her a few times. And I couldn't help but harken back to the days where I was using her as a source of self-satisfaction. Yeah. So I never mentioned that to her, by the way. But have you ever seen she was a stunningly attractive woman who was also very nice. I mean, her personality persona was every bit as sweet as you would imagine that somebody, could possibly be. And yet, have you ever seen a sports psychologist that looked like that? Like when they go to a sports psychologist, doesn't the sports psychologist look like the busted out bookmaker that you've been doing business with in the graveyard every Tuesday?
Usually, yeah.
Some fat schlub that looks like, he's been sharing meals with Tom Thibodeau, no?
Yeah.
So that was the only unrealistic thing I think about that movie. And of course, the fact that he hit 10 balls in the water before he actually decided to, plant one on the green. But I'm a big fan of the majors in golf. I don't know how this one's going to come out. I would make the prediction that Tiger Woods will be nowhere near the winner's circle. And you are predicting that he will miss the cut, correct? You are not a big Tiger backer at this point.
No, everybody has his moment. But, Tiger, I don't think he makes the cut.
Missed the cut altogether. Does he announce his retirement permanently from the game and just say, hey, listen, I'm tired of taking all this sucker money and burying you poor people that have been faithful to me forever. I'm not the same player that I used to be. I never will be. I can't even walk the course. It's tough enough for me to walk from my car to the clubhouse. How the hell am I going to win this tournament? I'm retiring. That's it. I can't compete anymore. You think that happens?
No, but he did get it. Didn't he just get a humongous payday? Because he
just got $100 million from the PGA to make up for the fact that they all got stiffed by the Live Tour and then were sold out by John Monahan, who, secretly in the middle of the night said, oh, by the way, I got to deal with the Saudis. That was kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, he'd been denouncing the whole thing as a ruination of the game. And all of a sudden, well, we got to grow the game of golf. Does that sport have more bullshit from a business standpoint than any other sport? Sure. When you look at what's gone on there. So they gave Tiger $100 million. They kind of prorated it based on what your impact would be on attracting fans and things like that. But $100 million was nothing. That was peanuts compared to what like John Rahm got to go in and basically go on vacation now from what had to be, you would imagine that there was do they feel any pressure when you're a professional golfer? I mean, does the stress of the competition get to you, or are you just on the easiest magic carpet ride that you could ever be in? If there are any future, and I'm imagining there will be, little Martinez's with you and Debbie after you tie the knot, wouldn't you be inclined to just immediately put a 9-iron in that kid's hand the second they came out of the womb and have them make a living playing professional golf? Seems like the easiest of pro sports to prosper in.
Sure could be. He'd be the new Chichi Rodriguez, the way I see it. If anything, but no, that's what you would think. I mean, you look at
imagine, with a Latin, descent. Lee Trevino. I mean, it would be a forgotten figure if a young Angel Martinez Jr. was out there on the tour. I'm assuming this is going to be a boy. I don't mean to, imply that, because obviously now with the advancement of women's sports, young Angelita Martinez would be just as popular.
It could be. It could be.
What total nonsense this is, huh?
No, but
I'm sorry, kid. I didn't mean to get this far off the rails.
No, you're good. But you'd imagine with Tiger Woods, his son, I mean, Tiger Woods, his son's going to end up taking over. Hopefully it won't do
Charlie, I mean, he looks like, I guess he's got credentials to play.
Yeah. It seems that way. And there was, who else? Wasn't there a young... I thought there was another young lady that was that made it to the LGPA or LPGA. Pardon me, but she was. God, I want to say she was like 15 or something like that, and she was able to make the pros. So she was able to think she played one round, eligible for a round, but I think she wasn't eligible until she was 18. I want to say to join it. But Tiger's son, I mean, you already know he's going to end up taking over. But I think it would be miraculous if, and a big surprise to everyone, if Tiger Woods does decide to say, you know what, I can't do anymore. And he's put themselves in that situation because he had that car that had the logos all over it, some whatever it was, before he decided to drive down the side of the mountain in California.
How does this guy? I mean, you talk about a guy that's. You can't do anything to him. I mean.
Yeah.
He survived like a half a dozen car crashes. Elan's chasing him, speaking of 9-irons, bashing the back windshield in with a 9-iron as she's discovered that Rachel Yucatel was the woman on the other end of the phone. Tiger, pretty careless for a guy that was, he's so meticulously private about everything. How the hell did she get a hold of his cell phone while Rachel was calling from Australia? Unbelievable.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who in the world knows?
And then, like we said, the guy has to answer the toughest question that any woman can propose to him, and that is, who's she?
Yeah. That was my therapist from, you remember that place that we went to? And that's who it is. No, she pretty much had you.
No woman's buying it. Yeah. Call comes through 3 a.m, and it's got an Australian exchange there. And Elin just happens to know that that's your next stop on the tour, and that's the hotel that you're going to be staying in. And she's already there waiting for you naked in a negligee or whatever. That wasn't going to fly, But I don't know. I don't begrudge Tiger playing. I don't mind that he's playing in these tournaments. I don't know how you feel about it. I mean, it's like a emeritus status, so to speak. I mean, just, whatever he wants to do. It's like Andy Murray's still playing tennis. He wins a round or two now. And you're thinking, if he loves it that much, Venus Williams, I mean, beyond being a shot finder, she looks like Joe Bugner when she takes the court. And, but still playing and getting knocked out. Now, you could look at that two ways, almost like your transgender argument. Is this person taking a place away from some qualifier that really needs the money that they might make if they made it to the first round? But because you got a sponsor exemption, you're Venus Williams at 57 years old, you're never going to get by whoever you play in the first round. But are you taking a spot away, from somebody deserving? That was always the premise, too, behind the whole steroid thing in baseball, that some poor guy is getting robbed of his chance to be in the big leagues because Felix Heredia at 145 pounds is gargling with something that ends in an ONE.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that out there, I guess. But I don't know. I think everybody wants to see Tiger Woods in there, and they would love to see him prosper, even though there probably were many, many Tiger Woods detractors that thought once they found out he was completely full of shit that they didn't want to root for him anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's where it ended up taking a bad toll, because no matter which way you look at it, listen, everybody writes the same way. You make your bed, you have to lie in it, right? So he chose to take that route, and it's no different than A-Fraud, a.k.a. A-Rod, when he did the nonsense to his wife. Listen, and I always say this about Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter, I will always respect not only as a player, but as a person, because even he said, until the day that I get married, being an athlete, I know how our lifestyle is. I'm never going to be with the person I really want to be with, because there's always going to be, no matter where you go, there's always groupies, no matter where you go. Now, in the broadcast industry, you don't have that. It's not like, you and I show up somewhere.
Look at the temptation that was in front of you after you called that Predators game.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. I mean, you got this strong bond with Debbie. I mean, never did it occur to you to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah,
Women throwing themselves at you, I mean, as you're leaving the arena, incredible.
Yeah. Never going to happen.
Yeah.
Never. No, but it's now I will say, because I am very, very fortunate with being with the love of my life, and she's everything to me. So I
There
don't
you
have
go.
to worry about a thing.
I'm not worried about you. You, I feel good about.
Yeah, no, it's the best part about it, but it's the same way. Like all these guys, Tiger Woods knew it. I mean, Kobe got lucky. Kobe got really, really lucky with his wife, that she was like, you know what, we're going to work through this. We're going to get through it. And then, unfortunately, the end of life came a lot faster than what he wanted, especially with him and his daughter.
That was one of those shocking pieces of news.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a text. I remember I was on the beach, and somebody that I really haven't heard much from, during that period of time or the years prior, all of a sudden sent me a text. What about Kobe Bryant? And I'm like, what about him? And I'm thinking, wait a minute. The only reason I'm getting this message is something tragic must have happened to this guy. And sure enough, he had been in that unfortunate and catastrophic helicopter crash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Debbie told me I was.
But I mean, he was indignant too. I mean, you came to resent Kobe Bryant a little bit. I don't know if this happened so much with Tiger. Certainly, it didn't happen with Jeter. And Jeter was given the gift basket with the autographed ball in it, which you would see show up at some sports, card show. And it just happened to be with one of the girls that he was with. But yeah, entitled to do whatever he wanted. The New York press tended to cover for him. No, that was, I mean, I don't know that it was a well-kept secret, but you didn't see it displayed like it would be, with many other people. Woods, we didn't know he was like a serial sexual addict. Did you? I mean, did we have any idea about this? Stooping to the point where he's banging some Perkins waitress in the van outside in the parking lot of some rest stop in Kissimmee. You got to be kidding me. This is Tiger Woods, for God's sake.
Right.
So it's interesting. All right, we got to get out of here, though. Never mind. I mean, we've fallen on really idle speculation about Woods, but I don't mind him playing at all. I don't think I'm going to go with you. I'm going to say he misses the cut in this thing. What are you saying, Angel Martinez? It's underway already. I don't know if he's teed off yet, but nonetheless, I'm going to say that he doesn't make the cut in the PGA tournament, and it's going to be won by whom? Who's going to win this thing? Scheffler? Is he a cinch at 3-1? Just go with the chalk. Maybe Rory breaks through now that he's free. I mean, he's getting divorced. Got rid of her and gets the monkey off his back, and boom. Next thing you know, he wins this major, ending a 10-year drought. That would be an interesting story. All right, good seeing you, my friend. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll be back at it tomorrow. And for those who hang around, of course, on the Pete Sheppard Show, we do appreciate you guys hanging around. Pete, of course, will be off tomorrow as he is heading up to Rhode Island for his high school reunion. So you will see Pete up there. When Pete started talking about that, what was that movie, Tifo? We're running at the bonus time here, but there was one. Was it Michelle and Romy? Somebody like when they went to their high school reunion, they said they invented Post-it notes, but they really didn't do anything with their lives. When Pete mentioned about going to his high school reunion, that was the movie that popped into my head.
Oh, yeah?
Even though Pete has done stuff with his life, so I don't.
He's very accomplished, this Pete Sheppard, no doubt. I mean, WEEI, that was no small place to be broadcasting from and associated with. Most commonly asked and first question usually asked of somebody when they show up at a high school reunion, especially if it was a long time ago. I'm imagining what you said, 50 years with Pete Sheppard here. Yeah. Going back to high school as a young man, is what happened to you?
Yeah, it's true.
People take one look at you and wow, what happened to you? That's it. All right, we got to run, right, Angel? We'll see you tomorrow. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys once again for tuning in. Don't forget, we will be back here tomorrow. Hold on, let me clear my. We'll be back tomorrow here from 10 to 12. And then later on this afternoon, it'll be Coach Gene from 4 to 6 p.m., Bleach Brothers from 6 to 9 p.m. And then we start today all over again with Pete Sheppard. So for myself, Angel Martinez, and Jeff Defoe DeForest, we thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget that you can always stay up everything currently on the social medias, also over on broadstSouth.com. And more importantly, as we always say when we end the show, make sure you take care of yourselves and your health. And we hope that you all have the best night and the best rest of your day as possible. And we'll make sure that we will talk to you tomorrow bright and early at 7 a.m. So have yourselves a good rest of the afternoon, and we will see you then.
You see, you're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Lady, hear me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see, you're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Lady, hear me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see, you're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Give me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right. Lady, I just feel like I feel love for the first time.